Hello, everybody, and welcome to Vision 2024. We are so excited that you're here. We have 360 people watching this right now, which is super cool. So thank you all for being here. Got a pre-planned thing that I want to share with you. But before we start, I would be honored if you would post in the chat where you're from, where you are in your business journey, because it's super cool for me and for all the speakers who are going to be talking to know a little bit more about who's here. Helps us tailor our presentations, and it's just fun because you guys get to see us. It's cool on our end to know who we're talking to. So with that being said, I'm so excited to put on this event. I just want to start the event by giving a special shout out to Kenny on my team, who absolutely killed the planning on this and set it up so this could happen. So big shout out there. We have a great lineup of speakers. We're super excited to spend the next 4 hours with you. Don't worry, there will be some breaks where you can do what you need to in between, but it's going to be a super awesome event. And I do want to start by just addressing the elephant in the room, which is why did the REPP team put on a free event? Are they just hyping it up to sell me something? And the answer is yes, but it's not going to cost you anything except action on your part. We have coaching that's always existed, and today is not about that. Today is about selling you on what your 2024 could look like and what your business could look like if you were willing to take action, if you were motivated, and if you had a roadmap in front of you. And so that's exactly what this event is going to do, is hopefully give you those things. And we have different speakers of all different levels. We have people who just started their business in the last year, in the last 2 years, all the way up to a guy named Todd, who many of you know, who started 2 decades ago and has quite a wealth of experience to share. And so everyone in between, all for one purpose, which is to hopefully inspire you to make this year the best year yet. We're going into what's probably going to be an awesome year for the real estate market, right? Rates are headed down. It was slow last year on paper, but many of us crushed in our businesses. And that's going to be even easier this year as more inventory comes on. So we're swinging into an awesome year. But the thing that really matters is you taking advantage of that and you taking action, you having a vision. That's the whole purpose of this event. And so I couldn't be more excited to put this on. Just a quick backstory. When I started my business 10 years ago, which sounds crazy, it feels like yesterday, but the first 5 years were a mess. So I had no idea what I was doing. I had all kinds of limiting beliefs and things that I just didn't know. And so I made a mess for the first 5 years. And so what you're going to learn today is not only a little bit more about the mess I made so that you can avoid that, but you're going to see what that looks like when people don't build a mess because they follow a blueprint. And that's what a couple of our speakers have done. And so again, this whole event is set up to give you a vision, but there's 3 specific things that I want you to sort of keep in mind as we're going through this event. Number 1 is that you need to have a commitment to make this year your best year. None of this is going to happen without you being committed. And so I don't expect you 5 minutes into an event to be committed. I mean, if you already have a business like many of you do, you're somewhat committed, but there's different levels of commitment, right? And so I want you to leave this event with a new level of commitment for what you can get done this year. Number 2, one mistake, at least it's a mistake if you ask me, that a lot of people make with any event is they go there and they have their iPad or they have a notepad and they have like 40 pages of chicken scratch at the end of the event. And they're so confused. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to take action if they don't take action. And so the biggest thing I can recommend for you to do is try to get 2 pieces of actionable advice from the whole next 4 hours, 2 pieces that you can make happen in your business this coming week. And so that could mean launching your business, right? If you're one of the people here, I'd imagine half the room doesn't have a business yet. The other half is trying to grow theirs somewhere in there. So that could be launching your business. That could be hiring that employee that you know you need, but you're scared to do because you don't think your clients are going to be okay with someone besides you shooting. Something, 2 things preferably that you can take away. And then number 3, a set income goal for the year. And this is only something that obviously you can figure out because we all have different goals. But I think one of the biggest mistakes that I made and that I see a lot of people make is they're like, well, I'm just going to grow my business. I'm just going to do it. And it's really hard to do that. It's really hard to get somewhere you want to be if you have no idea where you're going, right? If you have no roadmap. And so as you're hearing the different speakers and what it took for them to build the business that they did, I want you to be thinking of like, hey, what is that roadmap? What is that income goal that I want to see for my business this year? Because then it's actionable. So again, thank you so much for being here. And I have the fun part of this event, frankly, which is introducing all these awesome speakers. And I get to sit back while they do their thing. And so the first one is a lady named Colleen, who, first of all, is amazing if you know anything about her. She spoke at our conference in Vegas a few months ago, and it was one of my favorite talks, very inspirational, and we're super honored to have her here. But one of the really cool things about Colleen is I first met her at our very first event. It was REPP 2022 in Miami. And she showed up with her husband, Tim, and they had done like $1,000 worth of shoots. So they were like fresh and they were all in and committed. They flew out to Miami. They made it happen, or maybe they drove. I don't know. But either way, they got there. And I thought it was cool. And we had talked to them. And this is something that we said is like, we know these people are going to be successful because they took the right level of action. And so a year later, it was super awesome to see that they had built a business that did over $200,000 in revenue their first calendar year from zero, well over 20 grand a month. They're continuing to scale, all since I think the end of 2022. So with that being said, it's my privilege to get to introduce Colleen to our stage. Colleen, first of all, thank you so much. And we're so excited to hear what you have planned. It's always a pleasure. So thank you, Colleen.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eli. Hi, everyone. I've been a little sick, so I sound a little wonky, but we'll make it through. Okay, first of all, it's actually so cool to hear Eli. It just kind of bring me back to stepping into the REPP conference in 2022 when my husband and I were Three Palms Media, and we're in Fort Myers, Florida. So we just drove over. We're like, let's do it. And it's just really fun to take us back to that moment, because I walked into that conference and I just felt like everyone here knows what they're doing. We have no idea what we're doing. I felt overwhelmed. I really felt like a fish out of water, but I knew that it was something that was going to help us go forward. And I think this ever since then till now, like literally till this day, every day I'm like battling something that I feel like I can't do, or that we are not able to accomplish, or something like that. So I still feel the same, but it is so cool to just like remember how far we've come. And I think memo for me, I don't always reflect enough, because we really have come a long way. And so can all of you. So I am here. It's Vision. I'm here to pump you guys up, because I would just want to let you know that it is absolutely, absolutely possible to create the life that you want. It all starts with you. No one else is going to do this for you, but you can absolutely change your life in a year, in 2 years, in 6 months. Like, it is absolutely possible. We did it. Looking back, I can't even believe we did it. We're still doing it. But it is just definitely one of the most rewarding things that I've ever done. And I'm just in love with all of it. So, and a lot of it is thanks to the REPP group, because just watching Eli and just all their advice and stuff, just through YouTube and whatnot, really helped kind of motivate us to make that change in our life. So I'm Colleen. My husband, Tim, is my counterpart. He does the business with me. He's out doing shoots. We're in busy season down here in Florida, because all the snowbirds are coming down looking to buy. But we are Three Palms Media. We're out of Fort Myers, Florida. My background is I went to college. I did accounting. I got an accounting job that honestly, I really hated every moment of it. And I stayed in it for 3 years until I got a slightly different accounting job and was in a different corporate job. And it held me over for a little bit, but I kind of always felt like something was missing. I'm like, is this going to be the rest of my life? I felt like I wanted to do something else. So I've always like wanted to start a business, didn't really know like what I would do, how to start it, or anything like that. But I kind of had this passion for photography. I actually like taking pictures of people and things like that. And I have had a couple of moments in my life that have just changed me and shaped me and urged me to just do more and see more. And I think the first one was definitely, I have alopecia. So that's why I don't have any hair. I lost all my hair when I was 22 years old. I'm like 35 now. So you can do the math on what that was. But I think that was the first time that I was really like, okay, am I just going to let this run my life, or am I going to, step up to who I want to be, and I want to be in control of my own life? And I made the decision to kind of not let the alopecia run me, but I was going to use it to breed confidence into my life and just make things happen. So one of that just taught me a lot. And I think that that's kind of anything in life. Like, it's really not about what you're dealt, it's how you deal with that. Like, I think that I could have just been really depressed about that or whatnot and kind of let that bring me down. But instead, I just kind of woke up one day and I'm like, I'm going to let this raise me up, and I'm going to let this teach me the lessons that I want it to teach me. And a big one of those was just what's most important in life, what really matters. Like, it's not about my physical appearance. It's about who I am as a person. And when like my hair was stripped away from me, I felt like I really had to step into that and own it and lead with me, not appearance or anything else. So that kind of shaped a lot of my life. It led me to do things I probably wouldn't have done otherwise. A big thing was I wanted to travel. I wanted to see the world. I was sick of my corporate job. I didn't know what else I was going to do. And I saved for a long time and I quit my job. I was living in Chicago, sold all my stuff, and I left on a one-way ticket to Mexico. Didn't know where I was going. My, parents were like, "You're doing what?" Like, "No." And I'm like, "Yes." And they're like, "Okay." So I ended up being gone for 2 years, backpacked all around the country or all around the world by myself. And I learned so much about myself. And I think when I came back, I was like, this is it. Like, I'm going to change my life, like, period. Like, what are we going to do? I wanted to be more creative, things like that. I started doing photography. And then I did feel like I had a setback moment. I took back my corporate job. I felt like I didn't have any other option, but I promised myself, okay, I'm going to try and find other things to do on the side. And Eli came into my life through Facebook or whatever. We all know the story. And just really, I was like, I could do this. We could do this. I had met my husband at the time. I'm like, we could do this. And so that's where it really started. And we started in about August of 2022 is when we kind of got going. Here in Fort Myers, we had a big Hurricane Ian, that rolled through a couple months later, that kind of had our lives stood still for about a month or so. But after that, we really recommitted. And I think, I'm just going to talk about some of the things here today that I think really helped us. And hopefully some of those, resonate with some of you, no matter what stage you're at in your business. But the very first thing that we did, and Eli's already used this word, was we committed. Like, we're just like, we are going to commit to this, like no other option. We're doing this. Okay. We bought the course at the time or whatnot. We were watching his YouTube. We're like, we can do this. Let's just do this. So I looked at my husband and I said, are we 100% in? Because if we're not 100% in, then we're going to be 100% out. Like, it just didn't work any other way for me. So we made the decision to commit all the way. And we decided that failure wasn't an option. We decided that we were going to just give it our absolute all. And we chose to believe what we were saying when we said it. Because I think sometimes, I'm guilty of this. I can say something, but if I don't believe it, like in my bones, it's not going to happen. So we made a choice to believe it. And I think, I knew that it was going to be one step at a time. So I think that's really important. Like, it's really overwhelming to say, okay, we're going to start a business today. And in, this amount of time, we're going to be making this much money. I don't think it's about that. It's just about making a choice that you're going to give it your absolute all, to doing whatever you need to do each day, and then just see where it can take you, especially there in the beginning. So I think that a big part is just committing, giving yourself no excuses. No excuses. We know how much everyone loves excuses, but when you give yourself no excuses and you truly believe in what you're saying and you make a decision to have that self-belief, I think it carries you a long way. And I think that's what really helped carry us. And I think a second part of that was really understanding our why. Like, I know that's talked about a lot, but I do think that it's really important. Why are you deciding to do this? You have to know that why, memorize that why, because it's going to carry you through the days when it does feel overwhelming and when you don't feel like you can do this, or you comparing yourself to somebody that you shouldn't be. I think really being solid and sound in your why is going to carry you a long way. I think for us, our why was, one, I just wanted to take control of my own life. I don't know where that comes from inside me, but I just felt like I wanted to have control of my own life. I didn't care if it was going to be harder. I just wanted to be the one steering the ship. I was lucky enough to have a partner who felt that same way too. And I was lucky enough to have a partner that wanted to do this with me too. So I think that was an awesome part for us. But knowing our why, we wanted to steer our own ship. We knew we wanted to scale and build a business. That's what we wanted to do. It wasn't just to work just us on the business. We knew from day one we wanted to scale because we want to build something that we can eventually step back from a little bit and have that operating while we do some other stuff that we personally want to do. So a lot of our personal goals were obviously driving that why. And I think another one for me is when I really think about it, like if I'm not challenged, I'm not happy with myself. And wherever that comes from in me, me telling myself like in my gut, like I'm not good enough if I'm not challenging myself. Don't know where that came from, but I know that it's true because I do know myself, and I've used that to empower our why. And I remember that on the hard days. But I think another thing that really helped, aside from committing, knowing our why and ourselves, was to truly be ourselves when it came to building our business. So as like, no matter what we want, okay, it's everything is online. Like people are shopping online for everything these days. And so you have to have an online presence, and people want to know you, like you, trust you. And so I think the best way to do this, and this was another thing that I really learned when my hair fell out, like if I wasn't me, like who else was I going to be? Like I only felt like I had, the only thing I had was to be myself. And when I just started being myself and not worrying about anything else, I couldn't believe the places that it took me. And I think that's where it clicked for me, like be yourself because no one else can be you. It's like the only thing that you have that's completely yours, and it carries you a long way. So when I say be yourself in your business, what I mean is, you know, what is it about you that you think is your strength? What is it about you that interests you, that you like? And then put that on your platform. For us, we knew that we loved people. Like I love talking with people. We love relationships. So we knew that was going to be a forefront of our brand. So we talked about that a lot. We were online a lot. We were making connections with people. We talked a lot about things that we liked. We talked about us as a couple because that was something that we were really proud of, how we came together, how our lives merged. We were really ourselves. Tim's kind of goofy. I'm a little bit out there. I talk about the alopecia because it's something people are always interested in because it's very apparent when you look at me. And so I allowed people to know that this was me and this was how I, chose to live my life. And I think people really resonate that with you. And it can be anything. If you're into fitness, you can talk about that. If you're into horses, you can talk about that. If you're, into your kids or your faith, or you're really into motorcycles, like whatever it is, I think it's important to put that out there, especially in the beginning. I mean, it's a real estate page, right? But they're interested in you. Like they're buying you and your services because there's 100 real estate photographers that they could go with. So I think us putting that out there really helped. And especially in the beginning, you just need those like few like ride or die clients, the ones that really like you and trust in you and give you that business. So if you can build a bond with the guy who loves motorcycles like you do, who happens to be a real estate agent, and then he loves, you, so he hires you, you do good work. And then his friend who doesn't know anything about motorcycles, but is in real estate, sees that work. That's just how it goes. So I think building those core clients is really essential. And I found for us, one of those ways was just really by being ourselves, sharing our story, because people want to be part of your story. Like no matter what your story is, it doesn't have to be, my story, it's your story, and people want to be a part of it. And then I think a big thing is, just being fearless. Like every day, thoughts run through my head. It's like I'm subscribed to these things in my head that aren't true. So you need to realize those, recognize those, and then reject them and toss them out. Like actively reject them and toss them out. This is still something that pops into my head every day on whatever it is that I'm thinking in my head. I've learned to actively reject those things and just push through them. The more you do it, the easier it does. But you have to have that courage. And courage is doing something in spite of the fear. The fear never really goes away. I think it can lessen, but there's always going to be a new fear. I think practicing being fearless and just going for it is something that really helps. So for example, when we first started, I just felt like, I know we need to get clients. I'm just going to be fearless in our approach. We reached out to people. I would show up to brokerages. No, I wouldn't show up to brokerages. I would show up to open houses from agents that I like had followed online. And I felt like, okay, I feel like we might be able to vibe. I'm going to just show up at his or her open house. That was terrifying. Like, I didn't want to do that. Like I pushed myself through that. And you just never know where your next opportunity is going to come from. We walked into an open house one time. I really wanted this guy to be our client. And we walked in and he immediately recognized us and said, "You guys are Three Palms Media, right? I see you posting online all the time." And I was like, I never post online, but my VA does in my head. So I was like, check that. That was a good move. And so back to just being yourself and being on social media helped him recognize us when we walked in the door. And so he kind of already felt like he knew us. And so he talked with us. We gained that client's business. I don't know if he would have reached out to us if we didn't walk through the door and say hello. And what else did we do? We would go to any event possible. I feel like realtors are low-key always throwing some kind of event, and like there's either 3 people there or there's a ton of people there, and it does not matter how many people that are there. As long as one person is there, you never know where your next connection is going to come from. Show up to these things. Push yourself out of your comfort zone. I've learned from Eli that if you're not uncomfortable, you're not growing. Like, you're not making progress. That is something that Tim actively repeats to me when I tell him, I'm like, we need to go do this. And he's like, all right, if I'm really uncomfortable, so that must be a good thing. And so we've kind of rewired our brain. We've resubscribed to something different. Okay, if we're uncomfortable, it must be a good thing. We're doing something right. So there was one story that I know I shared at the REPP conference that a lot of people thought was just funny. And I think it's funny now looking back on it. But there was this one event. It was this big Cars on Fifth, whatever. It's like a big thing that goes on down here. And I knew that like agents would be there because they're always anywhere people are. So we went down there and I just bopped around to these different tents of brokerages. And I walked up, I introduced myself, and we were only like, this was in about January, February. So we started our business, got going in October. We really didn't have a lot of clients. We were both still working our full-time jobs. And I just walked up, introduced myself. My dad was with me. The brokerage was like handing out cigars. My dad like took a cigar. He doesn't even like cigars, but he lit one and pretended to like it just to help me like get conversation with this guy. And we planned that. My dad and I planned that when we walked up. And I said, I would love to come in and do a brokerage presentation. I had never done a brokerage presentation before, but I was like, maybe I'll start today. I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to push through this absolute crippling anxiety that I feel about asking this broker that I've never met before for this brokerage that I don't have any agents at. And I'm just going to ask. And he was like, yeah, sure. Send me all of your stuff. I'll check it out. And, we'll see if we can set you up. I think we have some time in March or April, I think it was. And I was like, great. So I took a picture in front of their tent. I posted it on our Instagram. I posted my dad smoking the cigar, put the name of the brokerage, tagged them in it, and then sent them that email. And sure enough, he was like, yeah, your website looks great. I see work on your Instagram. Like, we'll have you come in. So we come into this brand new first time doing a real brokerage presentation. I don't know really what to say, but I knew that if we led with our story and who we were, that was probably our best bet, because they know what we do. They know we take photos. They know we fly drones, things like that. And yes, we talked about that, but we talked about us, our story, why we wanted to build our business, how we were going to add value to them, how we were going to be an extension to their team. And we walked them through the system automation that we had at the time. And the broker came out and he said to the whole school of agents there, like, I think that was an awesome presentation. We've never seen somebody come in and break things down like that. And I think everybody here could use one part of their service or not. So I'm on cloud nine. I'm like, we did it. It's awesome. And it ends. There is this one girl who's like asking us all these questions that were just like really technical questions, but the thing ends. We go into the kitchen to get some muffins that I had paid like $800 for, all this food, because I was like, I'm going to bring food. Felt like a lot at the time, but I'm like, we just have to invest in ourselves. They all loved the food. I'm like, I'm going to go get some of these muffins. They thought we had left, and I could overhear that agent saying, I didn't see anything that great about them. They don't seem very luxurious to us. I wasn't that impressed. I wanted to die inside. I really wanted to die. And I'm like, Tim, we got to get out of here. Like, I can't be in here any longer. And I heard one agent say, hey, I think they're still here. And then we literally sprinted out the door. But that agent was the one that was asking us all the questions, and her partner had asked us questions before and stuff. And they had this big listing coming up. It was something that they felt like they needed to get media right away and whatnot. And I'm like, I'm just going to email him. So I emailed them and I said, hey, it was great to meet you today. We'd love to, have a shot on this. We know that we're new. We know we don't have, this and this and that standard, but, we will like go all out for you. And we'd love to just have an opportunity. And he emailed us back right away. He booked us. And when we showed up on site, that woman was there that I overheard, and he was there. And he said to me when she wasn't there, he said, I'm really sorry about what she said. He said, but I can't tell you how impressed we were that you overheard that. And then you got home and you sent us that email, and you didn't strike back at us or anything like that. You just said, hey, give us a shot. He gave us a shot. She loved the media. And that's one of our biggest brokerages that we have here to date. So if I wouldn't have pushed through kind of all those different things, we may not have gotten all the business that was poured to us from this one brokerage that's here locally. So I think that's just a good example of, if you don't allow other people's opinions or things to hold you back, you just never know where things could go. And if that story didn't work out or whatnot, then okay, you fail. And then you just pick up and you try again and you fail forward. There's been plenty of things where we've had, one agent said, your prices are so high. I've never seen any prices that high. Like, first of all, it's not true. And then someone else recommended us to him, and then he tried us, and now he loves us and he uses us all the time. And we've never talked about the elephant in the room, about how he DM'd us saying that we were the most absurd pricing that he'd seen all year. And he said, have a good year. 6 months later, he was using us. So I think you got to kind of learn to kind of let some of that go and just always push forward and go with your gut. You know who you are. Always, go back to your why and take it from there. And I think the last thing that I wanted to say is just being consistent absolutely is key. And obviously, we all know this. No one else is going to do this for you. Only you can do it. You have to be consistent. You have to show up. The motivation can carry you on days, but the discipline is really going to be the thing that carries you through everything. So those are kind of some of the things I had. I know that we are going to do some Q&A, so I can pass it over to begin the Q&A.
First of all, Colleen, that was awesome. Thank you so much. It's amazing. I was thinking about something you said that I wanted to maybe have you touch on a little bit more. You said you were nervous at multiple stages, right? Like there was never this phase where you felt like you had it under control. And I was just thinking, because like there's 448 people watching right now, right?
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. I was like picturing the room, which is not a good thing to do when you're already nervous, right? And so I'm sitting there and I was fine. I'm super stoked about this event. I'm excited. I've been talking in front of people. So like I have the experience, right? And I'm making a point here. So hang with me, everybody. But when that countdown hit, I was like, what am I doing?
Yes.
Right? And so it's something that we said that at REPP 2023. We talk about it a lot because like one thing we try to be is authentic, right? Because it's just like you're not winning anything by making it seem like you don't have these fears. And so everybody has them. I have them. I guess talk a little bit about that. Like, what are those things that scare you today? And then how do you actually get yourself to do it? Because like for me, I had 50 seconds and I was there anyway. So I had to do it. So like how do you push yourself to go do some of that stuff where you could just as easily turn around?
I think speaking it out loud, like, I think you really are who you surround yourself with. So in those moments where you do have like the courage, tell your dad or your partner or your best friend that you're going to do something. Ask somebody to hold you a little bit accountable, because, you know, when they ask you, oh, how did it go when you reached out, and you say no, like, I don't want to feel like that. So I think that's it. And then I think it was really hard those first few times, but when they worked out, anytime something feels too hard, I revert back to that, how I felt before and how I felt after. And I'm like, I know this is just another one of those things. Like, so I think like that prior proof helps too, but I think you can let other people's prior proof be yours. So use that as your motivation.
Yeah, I love that. And we were in a Q&A the other day, and I told this in our Facebook group, but I thought it was a great story. And it happens so much. Someone was like, they had just joined, they're getting their business started, and they were really scared to put that they offered drone video and like something else in their bio, right? They're like, well, what if someone books? What if they book our whole package? I'm like, I told him, I was like, I hope that someone books that package 2 days from now, because there's nothing that's going to prepare you like knowing you have to be there. And so I love that you said like getting someone else, because a lot of times you just straight up don't have, or at least you feel like you don't have what it takes. And so when you loop someone in, it's kind of one of those cheat codes, right? To like, leverage, because I think the thing that a lot of people misunderstand, I know I did, was like, you don't have to have everything you need inside of you. And in fact, you don't. Right? You won't have that. And so you always have to be looking for ways that other people can help you get there, whether that's doing, what they did before you, whether that's them holding you accountable, like there's all that stuff. And so for everybody listening, I guess drop some questions in the chat that you have for Colleen. I've got my team in here. As you can see, Kenny, Aaron, and Jared. So they'll be hanging out for the rest of the event during these Q&As. So yeah, drop your questions in there.
And I think, Eli, you saying like, just put it in your bio, and what if somebody books it? Like we totally did that. I've learned, for me, the best way to learn something is just throw myself into the fire. Like, I'll figure it out. Like that job that I talked about with that brokerage, it was a big house. She turned out to be, she did real estate media in a past life for like a super high-end person or whatnot. And we're just going to figure it out. And that's when I like really can like hunker down and figure it out. And whatever, if you don't get it the first time, then at least you'll know better how to do it the next time. And there's so many clients to go around. Don't be afraid to lose a client.
Yeah. I mean, you should be afraid to never get a client in the first place because you didn't take action. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, it's kind of funny how becoming a business owner is just getting really comfortable with being uncomfortable.
That's all it is.
Maybe I'm just an adrenaline junkie, but it actually gets kind of fun after a while. When something uncomfortable happens, I know what the rush is going to be after I do it and it works.
Yes.
So I actually look forward to doing the uncomfortable stuff a little bit in kind of a masochistic way, but it's so nice to get that rush of relief and just it worked, Yeah.
Well, and the other truth too is it's like there's a quote, and I forget who says it, but it's like you get to choose when your uncomfortable happens, right? So if you never do anything uncomfortable, you don't get to choose when it happens. It will happen to you at some point in your life if you never push yourself to do that stuff you need to do, right? It's like you pay the price in the future. And so the idea is it's if you are going to experience uncomfortable, which is a human experience that all of us have, you might as well be the one to pick how and what that looks like. And for me, the uncomfortable being able to build a business is the rewarding uncomfortable. It's not the uncomfortable of regret 30 years from now, right? Like that's not the kind of uncomfort that we want because you can't do anything about it. And so it's not to say like, it's not like a negative thing, but it's like you have this opportunity in front of you. That's the whole reason we put on this event, right? Because sometimes it just takes one thing to be like, what am I doing? And so everybody has that, right? And it's cool if yours is today, and if not, great. Hopefully at some point in the near future. But the cool thing is when you do the uncomfortable stuff, if it's the uncomfortable you chose, you're going to like the rewards of it. And so, there's all these uncomfortable things that you did to build your business, Colleen. How awesome is it to have the business that you have today?
It's pretty awesome. And it gives me hope for like the future. Like I know I think I just got to a point where it's like, there's not a day invented that I can't handle. And I believe that. So it's like, I can do anything. Doesn't mean I'm gonna be able to do it tomorrow, but day by day, like I can handle anything.
Yeah. It's a nice mentality to have too, because it gives you peace about it not going well in the short or about something going wrong, which is super cool. Turn Focus Media is asking, how did you scale from a few shoots a week to multiple a day? You talked a little bit about like you just met everybody, but like anything else there?
Yeah, sure. So scaling from a few shoots a week to multiple a day. So I will say it felt like a while before we got our first client, let alone the first client that like used us again. So a repeat client. There was so many days where I'm like, is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? And it really did just, I feel like kind of one day, just the lights turned on, and it was all of the groundwork that we put in. We hit the DM method hard. We followed everything that the REPP course and structure said to do. I started listening to a lot of different, I don't know, business people or whatever on the internet, and all of them said just, find mentors, follow a course. You're not special when you're just starting that business. You're going to find ways to make your business unique and special, which we did, but those foundational things. So we hit the DM method super hard. We hired a VA in December. So when we kind of got really up and running with that August, October, we hired a VA in December. We had her doing the DM Instagram method all the time. And then I was literally showing up. I was doing whatever it took. I was showing up to every single realtor event that I could do. I did happen to, so I've been like a photographer. I like to take pictures of families and stuff. I didn't know how to do headshots, but I did learn from YouTube. I started offering free headshots at any brokerage event that I could go to. Like, they love it. They're like, oh, free headshots. We can put this on our flyer to get more people to come. So we started doing that. And I think these like little connections that we were making, and the fact that I was showing up everywhere. Like, one agent said to us the other day, we like took pictures at a Christmas party or something. And she's like, she's our number one client, but she's like, you guys are everywhere. Like, everyone knows who you are. And that's because I literally made myself be everywhere. Like, we just showed up at everything, sponsored things. And we didn't pay money to sponsor a lot of these things. We said, hey, we'll make a social media reel for you. So I would take little clips on our iPhone. I found an editor that would edit them for like $15, when we just really didn't have a lot of funds. And he'd put together a little highlight reel of their event, and they loved it. So I think things like that, we got shirts. I'm literally always wearing Three Palms Media, like just even in regular life, like always repping our brand. People started to really recognize us, but really all those little things and the name recognition, I think. And then once we built those key relationships with those first few clients, and then we were posting about, doing those, and then they're posting about it, we would say, hey, $25 off if you post a behind the scenes of Three Palms Media. We made our name be everywhere. And when the referrals took over, they took over. And that is literally what happened. And I feel like agents just are worried about other agents. They want to do what other agents are doing. So if they see, Cindy Lou Who using Three Palms Media, then they're like, who are Three Palms Media? So anytime we would make agents go on, if they wanted a reel, or we'd do a reel for free. We're like, let's do a reel for free, and we want you to be on it. I'll write the script for you. So we'd write the script for them or whatever, and it would just be like, hey, welcome to 1235 Main Street. Check out the view. It was nothing special, but we post them on our page, and then other agents are like, oh, they're using Three Palms Media, and then they would want to use us. So all those like little things, I feel like really snowballed, and now I think I can't even keep up with the referrals, and I need to hire more people.
The best part of this business though? Like everything else aside, just the way the business grows from referrals once you get the ball rolling is the best thing ever.
Yeah. It felt like I was in the trenches forever. And then all of a sudden I was like,
yeah, what is this? And then you start going like, how are we going to do all these shoots? And then it just goes to another problem.
So yeah, for us, it was showing up everywhere and hitting the DM method hard. Lots of free stuff.
Yeah.
We didn't care what it was. We were giving it away for free. And look, we made so much money that first year, and we gave away a lot for free.
That's
I should have kept track. I didn't. But.
But I mean, it worked. That's a big, thought error that a lot of people have is like, when we talk about giving away free in the Instagram method, people are like, well, I need to make money. I'm like, I know, my business is an LLC, not a, 501c3, right? Like, I'm trying to make money as well. I want to grow my business. And so they think that like free, it makes it longer to get paid, and it actually shortens that. It makes it happen sooner. Like, you did over 200,000 revenue in your first calendar year, from 0 to 200,000. That's a lot. And that's not what would have been the revenue. That's like how much money you made in addition to the free, which is super cool.
Yes. A lot of free. It works. I like, it's a tough pill to swallow when you hear that at first, but I'm just like, I really was like, I'm just going to trust in what these guys are telling me because like, what do I know? And it worked.
You know, it's funny. There's a, like this will come full circle, but there's a quote that I heard really early when I was starting my business, when everybody gets on that Gary Vaynerchuk kick and they're like, like ready to go. And it was super valuable. Like a lot of his content early when I was starting. And he has a quote, which is macro patience, micro speed, which is basically like, you got to have patience for the big stuff, for the macro, but like every day you got to show up and do the work. And I feel like that's exactly what you did. But the hard thing is, and another quote, I apologize for all of them guys, but there's this Alex thing where he's like, the hard part and the feeling of entrepreneurship is putting in so much work and not being certain it's going to pay off.
Yeah.
And so it's so easy to look back, like at your business, you look back, you're like, duh, it was the right move. Right. But in the moment, it feels so bad. It feels so bad. And so I guess the only thing you can do, there's no way you get around the bad, especially for the first like 3 to 6 months, right? You're going to put in work, you're going to learn, you're going to mess it up, but it's having that like consistency. That's all that matters. It doesn't really matter how you feel. It just matters if you get the work done. And so I like that quote. It made me just be like, okay, I just need to really keep going. You know what's funny about the Instagram method too is the early version of the Instagram method came from a video where Gary Vee was sitting in his chair getting his haircut and he was talking to a barber who was trying to grow his business. I've never told this story, by the way, on any kind of live. And he told the barber, he was like, you should just DM everybody in New York City that you're offering a free first haircut. And I was like, that's a good idea. And that's literally how the Instagram method started. No joke. Started
that's
DMing.
Awesome.
This was in my talk later. I'll talk a little bit about the literal mountain of mistakes I made that is 1,000 times bigger than yours. But my first few years, I didn't know about the Instagram method. So that's one of the reasons it took me so long to grow. I didn't realize that like free was the way to grow the business quickly. And it's just so interesting to watch how that, affected. I remember the first yes I got, I was like, this works. So I'm like, thanks, Gary. So anyway, let's see what questions we have in the chat here. If anybody has anything, put it in there. Colleen, you're a magnificent storyteller. You probably wouldn't have chosen to share your story with others, but it allows others to show your drive and persistence. I absolutely agree with that. Let's see. See if we got any good ones in here. Everybody's just saying how great Colleen is, which is awesome. But if you have a question, put it in there. We have about 10 more minutes before our first break. What's the best way to follow up with people? Oh, go for it, Colleen.
Well, I'll answer what's the best way to follow up with people that you meet at these events. So I was following up with them by sending them an email, personalizing it as much as I could. Like if we had a conversation or something, making it just seem not so templatized. But then the rest of it was templatized. I put a little blurb about what I felt made us stand apart. The services, like real quick, like the services we offer. They always ask you, do you do drone? Like, so I just put that in there. And then a coupon code. So either it would be half off or $175 off, which was like our complimentary photo, thing. Like I would offer the free photo shoot, even if I just met them out. So I would follow up with that and then offer them the free or whatever your promo is.
Nice. How big's your team? So you're doing probably 30K plus this month. That's correct-ish, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So is it you and Tim still? What's that look like?
So I don't shoot. I don't shoot at all. I really kind of rarely did. I did a little bit in the beginning. Tim's always been the sole shooter. So shout out to Tim. That's why he's not here right now. He like grinds every day, all day. We just have another employee now. He's with us about 4 to 5 days a week. He has been awesome. We love him. He just got his drone license like a week ago. So a lot of this was really Tim for like a long time up until kind of recently. We've had like another employee here or there who kind of just do photos. He didn't work out. That was a whole other thing. And then we have a contractor now that shoots a little bit for us, but he doesn't have his drone license yet. So our team is Tim. Now I do some lifestyle stuff, which does add a little bit to our revenue, but I'm mostly out there sales, getting coffee, running the business strategy system, stuff like that. And Tim just shoots. So it's really Tim and now Julian.
So another completely different direction question. What's your vision for 2024? Like, what do you want to see happen? Explain how you think about that.
Yes. Okay. So our vision for 2024, absolutely to grow our team. Definitely a big one to just get Tim out of the running all around Southwest Florida mode. So we'd like to pull him out, if not completely, just kind of focus him on our VIP type of clients. So growing our team to probably, I'd love to have a team of like 3 photographers outside of Tim. I'd love to double our revenue. That's on the vision. And figuring out how we can maintain some more work-life balance, because we are working a lot. I'm working a lot. I know it's not always sustainable. And then, okay, a big vision of ours is we're taking a vacation, and it's going to be 3 weeks long. And it's happening in July. We're going to England for a week for one of my friends' weddings, and then we're going to Spain for 2 weeks. And if the business burns down while we're away, then we'll learn what we need to do to fix it, and we'll go on from there. But I'm leaving for 3 weeks. That's my vision.
You just tickled Jared. He loves when people let their business burn down.
First thing I recommend you do is when you think your business is automated enough, go on a vacation, let things break, figure out what you need to fix. That is the best thing you can possibly do.
It is, yeah. For everybody that's worried about that, there's a book actually that was, I think it's called Built to Sell. I could be wrong. Anyway, that is one of the tests they say in the book is like before you sell your business, you leave for 3 months. And then if you come back and the business is fine, like that thing's ready, you built the team. And it's really is for everybody at this level where you're shooting like crazy, you're thinking about building a team. That is a hard transition, because if you're the type of person that can build your business, you're the type of person that has real trouble stepping away from it. It's just usually how it goes. You're good at getting stuff done. And so it's so weird. You almost feel guilty when you go away and you let your team do their thing, but it's like the biggest unlock you have to do in your business. So,
so someone asked about working. I didn't really talk about that. So I feel like that's always a big question about quitting our jobs and stuff. So were you working full time while growing your business? How did you manage it? And when did you know to leave? So we were both working full time. My husband, Tim, was in retail. So he was managing a big store, and it's a big store. So it was definitely a full-time job, the kind of job where he's getting calls even when he's off the clock. But we also had the luxury of it wasn't 9 to 5. Sometimes he was closing. So he goes in at, 1 p.m. So we just took shoots where we could do them. I worked from home, kind of skipped out on my job a couple times when I probably shouldn't have. Like I was just like all in. So we shot a lot on weekends. We're open for business on weekends. A lot of people don't shoot weekends. So I felt like that helped us get in at the beginning. Like, hey, we're available on weekends. And then we could be available on like a couple mornings and stuff. So that's how we kind of built up to that. And then my job, I was making more money and holding the benefits than my husband at the time. And that was really not the sole reason. That was a big reason why I kept my job and he was able to quit first. The other reason was he just wanted to be out shooting and I wanted to work on the business. But we made the decision he quit his job mid-February. In January, I think we only had like a $6,000. We had a $6,000 month in January, and he quit his job mid-February. And I think we had an $8,000 month in February. We did not, I don't think we fully, and that was just revenue. So we didn't fully replace his income. I know that can be a big recommendation from Eli, but what we did know is that we had my income. And what we also did know is that we knew we were going to do it. Like we knew we weren't going to fail. It came back to that self-belief, and we knew in our gut we could do it. So he quit mid-February. And then honestly, I held on too long. I held on till October with my job. And why? Like I was holding out for the end of year bonus. And I was like, our business has momentum. I could probably make more money if I just quit. And so I was like torturing myself. It was actually it was not fun. And my husband just looked at me and said, just quit, whatever, like just quit. Like we will be fine. So I wasn't very metric driven on when we quit. It was very gut driven for us on that, but we really worked hard to do both at the same time. My husband really worked hard. And that's how we did it. I mean, there's no other way around it.
So just quickly going back to January. So your $6,000 month, this is January 2023. So this is about a year ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what was your growth? So like the conference was in November and you had done like $1,000. And then by January, you'd done 6,000. Just for everybody, maybe there's not even a question in here, but just for everybody, that is a big month, a month and 2 months in at the most during a time of the year. You're in Florida, it's a little faster during that season. Maybe it's peak, but
a little bit.
$6,000 is great. I mean, that's it. How did that feel like that at the time? Like, did you feel like that was a big accomplishment, or what?
Yeah.
What was
Yeah, I did, because it felt like for a while it was like, where am I? Nobody wants to work with us.
So how long is a while? How long is a
while? Well, like we bought the course in August or whatnot, and like started our LLC in August, and that I feel like the end of August and September really weren't, we were trying all the things, DM every day. We really didn't get any yeses. Like the few bucks that we made were from like, one of my mom's friends or whatnot, who like doesn't even use us now. So, then the hurricane hit at the end of September, and we didn't have any clients. We had no one to help. Other real estate photographers could fly drones and help with insurance. We didn't have anyone to help. And so it wasn't until like kind of, it hit end of September. So it wasn't until like kind of end of October where like life started again. It just was really, we were fine, but it was very standstill here. So the October, November felt very slow, December, and then January started to pick up a little.
Nice. So 3 months of grinding basically changed changed your life, but your business too. And that's a message like we try to hit on a lot, is like a lot of people have this idea that it's going to be years. Maybe years before you get to where you want. I mean, it took me years because I didn't know what I was doing, to be fair, but it doesn't, that's the thing. It's like when we talk with people, like we do coaching now, specifically, it's a 6-month term. And I'm like, it's going to suck for the first 3 months. Like it's not going to be like great, right? Because you're grinding. But to me, that's like a positive thing. Maybe it's because it took me so long, but I'm like 3 months, even 6 months is like, it's going to pass either way. And so there was a question up here that kind of ties into this. And then I think my team wanted me to hit a question. I saw it in the private chat, like 5 minutes too late. Sorry guys. But it was basically about like what you would do differently when you're starting. Like, do you feel, and that's kind of a silly question because like you can't go back obviously, but for someone else, like what would you want them to know? Like if they decide to make this happen today, like today's day one, what would you encourage them to do?
I would encourage them to really focus on seeing how they can figure out any possible way to get in front of a realtor in person. Somebody had asked in here, where do you find these realtor events? I lived on Instagram, lived on it during the DM method, and they post about their stuff because they want people to come. And I just showing up. I wish I would have started doing that sooner. I think we were a little shy. I also wish I would have done the little video DM method instead of the text one sooner. It took us actually a long time for me to get over myself and do that one. So I would have done that. And I did it in a moment of frustration, like looked a mess. I'm just like, I'm going to do it. And we're still using those. Like I need to change them. It's been months. So it's just like, it works. Like just,
the videos are so good. We literally switched in coaching to having everybody do that from the start because it's just so much better getting yourself on there. It is scary though.
Yeah, I was like, whatever. Don't look at it. Just post it. Like, don't look at it. That's another thing. Like, put your face on your Instagram sooner. Don't look at it. Just post it. No one's looking at you like you are.
Yeah. Aaron, Kenny, Jared, was there a question you guys wanted me to get? Someone said Anthony had a question and then I can't find it. So if you guys
that was pretty much it. If you had to start back from day one, what would you do different?
Okay, cool. That was the one. Yeah, that was the one.
And what would you not do that you did? One thing I like that you said, Colleen, is they're not looking at you as hard as you think, as you were looking at yourself. That goes for your photos too.
Yeah.
For all you perfectionists out there, that goes for your photos too. They don't look as hard as you do.
That's really true. Maybe you'll get one agent here or there who has a different eye, but like that's so true. Don't look as hard. I did that. That's a mistake I made. I looked too hard at the photos. I would tweak them. I would try to make them perfect. Like, what a waste of time.
Yeah. Yeah. The day you realize that like 90% of them actually haven't even seen the photos is like a liberating day. Or you're like, oh, like for me, when I figured that out, this was like 4 or 5 years in. Right. And so I just like did the mental calculation of how many, like what % of my life that I had spent looking at photos that was literally a complete waste. So that's
yeah. And I think what you guys always say about if you do get a complaint about something or whatever, don't change your whole process for that small subset of people, person that complained when the rest of your agents don't even look at the photos. They just, you know, have
so hard not to do that though. It's so hard. That's like the first thing I'll just to wrap it up. There was this story I've told many times, but it's like a big core one for me where this agent had a bunch of complaints. It was an agent we shot like 10 houses for, and they just sent this long email, like how they didn't like the photos with no details. So I was like, I'm going to get ahead of it. Right. So I looked through the photos and I literally made a list of everything that I thought was wrong with the photos. So I could call. So I was prepared. Right. So I called the agent and my list was like the white balance is off. This one, verticals aren't straight. Like, and she's like, someone punched a hole in the wall in the master bedroom. There's dog poop in the yard. There's clutter on the washer and dryer. I'm like, this has nothing to do with my photos. Like, and I just spent 15 minutes. And so it's just so interesting. You gotta go back to your clients and, you know, make sure you're building a business that serves the majority of them. You know, not the loud ones and not the stuff you think matters.
And they're really buying you. Like I had an agent the other day who's one of our good clients, and she had a buyer or a client, a homeowner that, you know, had a friend that took the photos, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
She shows me the photos. I'm in her office. She brings me and she said, look at these photos. They're terrible. I look at them. The photos are great. I see nothing wrong with the photos. I was like, honestly, I got to be honest. Like, I think they look fine. She's like, maybe it's just because you didn't take them.
Yeah.
That's what she said. And I was like, yeah, they're buying us. Like remember that they're buying you. They're not buying, you know, so that's a big part. She's like, I think it's just because you didn't take the photos. And I said, I think that's why. And then we laughed about it.
Missing a little love in there, you know, it didn't happen.
I love it. One of the things that I've learned from coaching and just in general is just like when somebody says, set yourself apart, especially in this business, it's not make new services. It's make the client experience a lot better. And that's exactly what Colleen did. And so, yeah.
Well, on that note, that is officially the end of session number 1. Colleen, thank you so much. I wish we could hear the audience clapping, and shout out to everybody out there clapping in their room by themselves right now. We can't hear it, but we can hear it. So
yeah, it was awesome. You can find me on @3palmsmedia. DM me, ask me any questions. I'm here.
Go follow her. Get the inspiration, guys, @3palmsmedia. Someone can put that in the chat if you guys wouldn't mind on my team. And we will see y'all in about 10 minutes for the next speaker who has a big old business. So thanks, Colleen. Thanks, everybody on my team. We'll see you guys very soon. All right, everyone. Well, how was that first talk? I was typing in our private chat now. That makes me want to start a real estate media business again. So glad you all are still here and hanging out. Before we jump into the next speaker, who's going to be awesome, by the way, I want to hear some takeaways from that first one. Sometimes it's easy just to like keep going and slam through it. Remember, your job is to get 2 things from this event that could change your business, or you could take action on this week. So I don't care how awkward it gets. I'm going to sit there until we get some takeaways in the chat. Yeah, that music, it also hypes you up too, huh? Bought the course 2 years ago, but never got into it. I'm going to start today. Nice. Listen, that's event successful for us when people take action. Like that is, here's the thing too. A lot of people are like, oh no, like that can't be it. You guys want to make money and build your business. Yeah. And we make money when people take action and build their business, because the more successful we are, the more of you take action. And so don't let anything hold you back. Got some things coming in right now. People hire me, not my business. That's a great takeaway. That's like the ultimate takeaway. They hire you. Absolutely. Don't let fear hold me back. 100%. Yeah. In spite of that fear, take action. You know, like we said, we're all scared. There's different thresholds for when that gets triggered. And as your business grows and as you become more capable as an operator, you have it less, right? Maybe, you know, I remember back to the days I would go to shoots and I would be literally like shaking in the car before a shoot. I was so nervous about it. It's so silly now. I'm like, what the heck? But I would be so nervous. I just wanted to get it right. I wanted to make a good impression. And then that goes away, right? And then you have, like, I remember the first time we hired people, first time we leased an office, the first time, every first time, right? Sometimes the second and third time too. It doesn't mean it just goes away. And so, you know, something that a lot of people have said that Colleen reiterated, and it's such an awesome thing, is like, it's not about not being scared. It's about doing it anyway. And so now it's time to introduce the next speaker. Colleen's been in this business less than 2 years. This guy is like I don't want to call him the old man of real estate media, because he's not an old man, but he's been doing this for 20 years, more of like the Yoda of real estate media, if we can call him that. So with that being said, I'm going to bring Todd Kivimaki on. And before I let him talk, Todd has an awesome real estate media business. They do 12,000 plus shoots a year, which is, do the math, that's a big old business. They have a great team. And not only is he the founder of a great real estate media business, he built the software that we use to run our business called Spiro. And so wealth of knowledge. I went up there to meet with him, and I just got to tell the story before I let him go. And I promise I'll let him go. But I flew up to meet him, and I had this idea in my head that was like, if we're going to do business together, if Spiro is something we're going to switch to and recommend, like, I need to know who the guy is running it. His relationships really matter. And the bigger your business gets, the more careful you have to be with who you align yourself with. And so my filter was, if I go up there, I already like Todd at this point, but if I go up there and I like Todd less, then I know what my decision is, right? And if I like him more, then I know what my decision is. And I spent, I don't know, it was like 6 hours in the conference room talking to Todd. How long was that? It was a long time.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. So anyway, welcome to the stage, Todd. Everybody here, this is the guy to learn a lot from. So I'm going to get out of your way. Todd, do your thing. Thank you so much, sir.
Hey, thank you so much, Eli. I just want to say it's such an honor to be here today. And thank you all for taking the time to join in. So just a little bit about me. I'm okay being the old man. You know, I think I have too much face smoothing on here. I got gray in my beard. I asked my wife, I was like, should I shave more? She's like, no, it's okay. So I'm just going to embrace being the old man. I started in this business 20 years ago. Yes, 20 years ago. I was in college at that time. So I'm not 60. I'm 40. So I started when I was 20, and I had an idea that I wanted to grow a business. Now, 20 years ago, there really wasn't real estate photography, videography. And I started off only doing real estate videography. Our company name is called Wow Video Tours. I didn't really think in the hindsight that we might do more than video. I usually reference it just as Wow now. Or Wow. And so it's been a fun 20 years. We launched Spiro a couple years ago, and Spiro is the platform that we have always had at Wow. Spiro is what runs our business, Spiro.media. And also, I, along with Craig Magram, my co-host we host a weekly podcast called the Spiro Podcast. So it's been an incredible journey. It's great to be here on the stage. It's kind of surreal. And, you know, I asked my wife, I was like, if it's good that it would be bad if I wasn't nervous, right? So after 20 years, I've screwed literally everything up. And, you know, I hope I can bring some value to you all today. So I wanted to start off by asking you, how many of you started your business in the last year? Okay, in the last year. Maybe who has not started their business yet? Okay, great. Okay, now for some of you that have longer than that, how many have been in business at least 3 years? Okay, raise your hand. Okay, cool. Yeah, you can comment in there. I can see the comments here. This is great. 3 years, great. Okay, what about who's been in business at least 5 years? So mention in the chat there, at least 5 years in business. Has anybody ever shot weddings? I did them for 10 years. Does this feel like the anniversary dance right now? You guys remember that? You go out there and if you've been married for less than 1 day and then the bride and groom walk off. I don't know why I said that. Okay, who's been in business for, that was 5 years. Who's been in business for more than 10 years? 10 years, we're gonna jump up big here. So a decade. A decade. Anyone doing real estate photography for more than a decade? Give you a second here. Cool. I think Brian said I have. Cool. California image maker, 20 years. Great. Hey, we are both the old people in the room. Okay. So now all of you have been thinking about getting started to being in business for 20 plus years. Think back to the beginnings, okay? Being in business can be tough, right? You remember that? And not even the beginnings, but being in business for yourself can be tough. And that's okay. But not only can it be tough, but being in business for yourself can be lonely. That's probably the more difficult thing for me, at least with my personality type, is it can be lonely. Because who do you turn to? Do you turn to, when you need to vent? Do you turn to your employees? Do you turn to your realtors? No, you don't want to vent to them about working for realtors. Do you turn to your contractors if you have them? Do you turn to your overseas editors? They would listen to you, but maybe it wouldn't be much of a conversation. At least I don't communicate. I don't speak their language very well and vice versa. So business can be tough and lonely, but it's great that you're all here to learn together today. And I think just looking at the mass number of people on this is you are not alone. And that is a comforting thing. And I'm proud of you that you all have taken a step not many will. Now, this is Friday evening, okay? So there are many things that you could do on your Friday evening. There's basketball games this time of year. There's out to eat. There's all kinds of events. My wife's at a thing at church. There's all kinds of things that you could go and be doing. And you are here because you want to grow your business. So you are abnormal, but abnormal in a good way because you want to learn and want to grow. Think about what you had to do to get in here. You had to click the link. You had to sign up. You had to schedule this time off on your calendar. You had to tell no to some shoots potentially. You had to say no to a friend or a wife or a spouse that wanted to do something, and you are in here. So it's taking a commitment, and that commitment is something to build on. And if you're watching the replay, this is going to replay for, time to come, then you're taking the time right now to watch this. So it's good that you took the first step. Sometimes I've found, at least for me, sometimes it's the hardest to take the first step. One thing over the last 20 years that I've learned about business is that business will never get easier. It just won't. I've learned that you have to get better. And then when you get better, business does get easier. You see how that works? Don't wish that it were easier. Wish that you were better. So what are you focusing on getting better at? Are you focusing on anything? Maybe you're focusing on the job of real estate photography. And for some of you, that's appropriate because you have never taken a real estate photo before. But I want to caution you here because for a lot of you, I think you might be in your own head on that. So are you focused on the job of real estate photography? Okay, great. Maybe you just went out and you bought 37 off-camera flashes. and you're hiding them around the rooms and you are flashing these things off and you're blending this massive 37 image photo. Okay. Now, is that going to help you grow the business, your business of real estate photography? It might make you a better photographer, but there's a big difference there. So when you focus on the job of real estate photography, it doesn't mean you're learning new skills to make the business better. That's why we're all here today. Okay. So let's think back to when we started our business and let's think about why we started our business. Okay. We all had goals, right? Can you remember them? Do you want to share your goals or why you started your business? You know, we heard from Colleen, we heard Colleen and Tim's goals of why they started their business. Feel free to comment. I love all the comments here. But why did you start your business? I want to remind you, it was for your goals. It wasn't for your neighbor's goals. It wasn't for to have my goals. It wasn't for Eli's or Jared, Kenny's, Aaron's goals. It was for your goals. Yeah, good. To get away from your W-2 job, to make money. Great. Financial freedom, Tracy. Yes. So did anybody write in there, was it anybody's goal to work 80 to 90 hours a week? Okay. Was it anybody's goal to be stressed about making payroll or paying your contractors? Was it anybody's goal to not pay yourself a salary or to make less than your previous job? No, right? And honestly, there's no wrong answers here. There's really not. Your goals are for you. One thing that helped me, so I've invested in many coaches over the years. And one thing that I wish I would have done sooner was invest in a coach. And a coach, one of my first coaches defined a business for me. And this helped me. He defined it as a commercial, profitable enterprise that works for you. Okay, so a commercial, profitable, many of you said that in the comments, enterprise that works for you. Because I know when I started my business, I was at a point when I thought about my goals where I felt guilty to make them about me, to provide for my family, to do things that I want to achieve and do. And I don't think you should feel guilty because the sole purpose of your business is to provide for you. All right. So remember, we talked about being in business. It can be tough and lonely. And I still, to that day, feel that. I need to get out of my own head sometimes. So if you're feeling that, that's okay. We just need to move past that. The cool thing to remember is that there have been many that have succeeded in business before you. And to succeed in business, all you have to do is learn the steps of how to succeed. A coach, the same coach told me this phrase. He said, learn comes before earn. Learn comes before earn. Your business is going to grow to the level of your knowledge. Okay. Or, and I say this in a kind way, it's going to grow to the level of your lack of knowledge or incompetence. So we always have to be learning. At our real estate media company, it's called Wow Video Tours. We always make metric-based decisions. Okay. So what is a metric-based decision? What this means is we don't make decisions based on feelings. We make them based on hard data. Okay. So it's not, we don't have one unhappy client call in and make a decision. Clients are going to be unhappy. If one client complains about a photo, do we change everything we do? No. We shot 600,000 photos last year. We're not going to change it over one client. If one client complains about price, are we going to lower everybody's price? No. That's more feeling-based decisions. We want to make metric-based decisions. So I am going to go on a little journey with you today, and I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay, it says it's easiest to, okay. Let's go to Chrome tab. Great. So here is me. Again, sorry, this is a little late. Spiro.media, Spiro Podcast, Wow Video Tours. But today we're going to look at some metrics. Okay. We're going to make some metric-based decisions. I want to talk about some of them for you. So no matter what level you are at, I think there is value in you understanding these numbers. If you are not measuring these yet, that's okay. Today is a great place to start. All right. So here are some numbers that we look at. We look at the number of leads that come in to our company. We look at a conversion rate that equals unique customers. And then we look at the average shoots per year for each client. We look at an average order value. Those numbers combined, multiplied, equal our revenue, top line revenue. And then we have a profit margin. That's a percentage. And then that equals profit. Okay, that's what goes in your pocket. So I'm going to talk about each one of these briefly. But the number of leads, this is the number of new agents that show interest in your business. Okay. The conversion rate is the percentage of those new leads that buy from you. They become a current client. Unique customers, the third one down, is agents who actively use your services. Okay. They've used your services at least one time. Average shoots per year is the number on average each client does with you. So maybe a client's going to do 1 shoot a year, and we have a clients that do 100 shoots a year. This is the average number that each client does. Okay, your average order value. This is on average, each one of those shoots, how much do they spend with you? I hired a coach many years ago, and she came in and she's like, what's your average order value? I was like, what do you mean? And we had no clue. And we have focused on it since then, and we have seen it grow. Okay, you combine your shoots per year times the average order value to get your revenue. This is top line revenue. And then you have to pay people, right? You might have editors. You have to pay for your phone, for your car. There's a profit margin that you have to pay. Or that's a percentage that you multiply revenue by. And then that gives you your profit. All right. So today we're going to play with these numbers. The first question I have is, I have 3 of these numbers in red. Does anybody know why I have 3 of these numbers in red? Anybody in the channel? I'm going to stop sharing here so I can get back to anybody know why I have 3 of these in red? Okay. 3 of these are in red. Are they the most important? Good question. We've gone quiet here in the chat. I talked about numbers. Everybody's like, all right, I'm hopping off of here. I would actually argue that the 3 of those are the least important. Okay. Let me share with you again, and let me show you. I'll give you a hint on these. Okay. 3 of these are in red: unique customers, revenue, and profit. I would actually argue that those are the least important. Okay. And I would argue why. My hint is, look at what symbol is on top of those. So before those, what is that? That is an equal sign. Okay. So that means those 3 are products. So I would actually argue that they're the least important because those are the products of your actions. Okay. If we want to grow your business, if that's your vision for 2024, we actually have to focus on your actions, not the product of your actions. If you focus on your actions, the end result or that product will grow. And when I talk about growth, I want to make a point that I just want you to grow little by little. I don't want you to feel like you have to do 10 or 12,000 shoots last year. You don't need to have 24 or 25 photographers. Just little by little. In fact, doubling, tripling, a 4X can be unhealthy. We just want little sustained growth. Let's just make it a goal that you get 1% better. 1% plus 1% plus 1%. We're going to take these little small steps and they're going to add up. I promise you. So this is a fun activity today. So I'm going to take you through some of these key metrics, and I'm going to give you some tips on how you can improve those metrics in your business. So again, I will give you back this slide. Let's look at it together. The top key metric is number of leads. Okay. So I put a few in here, and here's the what if game. Let's say you have 1,000 leads come in. I'm backtracking here. Sorry, I didn't hit the space bar soon enough. Say you have 100 leads come in and you have a conversion rate of 10%. Okay, so what that means, you have how many clients? 100. 1,000 times 10% is 100. And then let's say each one of those clients does 5 shoots with you a year. Okay, so they're going to do 5 shoots with you and say they spend $150 with you. So 100 clients times 5 shoots, that's 500 shoots a year, times $150 is your revenue. Anybody do the math yet? $75,000 of revenue. Okay, now that's top line revenue. You had some expenses. Let's say you had a profit margin of 60%. Okay, so that's 75,000 times 60%. Anybody do the math? That means that you put $45,000 in your pocket. Now I'll quickly just stop here and say that the profit margin is going to vary depending on your level of business. So at WOW, our profit margin is nowhere near 60% because we pay everybody. Everybody's on a salary, including myself. Okay, so our profit margin is lower. It depends if you pay your photographers or not. So if you are your own photographer, you might have a scenario more like this because you actually weren't paying for the hours that you worked. Okay, so I wanted to take this scenario today. So let's look at the number of leads and let's focus on these just one at a time. Okay, how many of you would like 10% more leads? Right? Who doesn't want 10% more leads? Great. Let's 10%, it's manageable. Okay, here's a quick tip. How are you all approaching your clients? Just look at the messaging, maybe in your DMs, maybe on your website, your social media. How are you approaching your clients? All right. Are you using the word I, we, or us? Okay. If you are, so you might say, we have photographed over 300 homes last year. Replace we with you. Your client doesn't care about you, okay? Instead of saying we have photographed, you should say you will benefit from the experience we have in shooting over 300 homes in a year, okay? Remember, what is in it for the client? Them. They don't care about you, at least from a top level, all right? So a small change like that, we tweak your DMs a little bit. Maybe you do a video DM. Do you think we can get you 10% more leads? Yeah, I think that's manageable. So let's do 10% more. So let's go back to the screen here. Here it is. And we are going to do 10% more leads. So here we go. So 10% more leads. Let's get 10% better. We're going to take 1,000 up to 1,100. Okay. Now let's move down. Our next metric is conversion rate. So how many of those leads are going to buy from you? All right. Well, the first thing I want to ask is how many of you measure your conversion rate? You know how many people that you have to talk to and how many convert? Okay. So I would argue that this is the first step of measuring it. So this is something I see all the time on social media, and I want to help you with this. So I see screenshots of your guys' text messages with real estate agents. And an example says, hello, I got your name from Joe, the agent, and they had great things to say about you. How much do you charge for photos only? Okay, so an agent will text you in. Hey, I got your name. Then the photographer will text back. Oh, that's great. I've been working with Joe for over a year. We charge $165 for photos. Great. Anybody know what's coming next? What does Joe Agent say? Joe Agent says, oh, wow, that seems really expensive. This is just for a small condo. And then you all post it online. You're like, what should I say? Okay, so write this down. I'm going to give you a quick tip here. This is when Joe Agent or when the agent texts in, especially knowing a referral, this is what you should say. Thank you for your text message. Just so I can help you best. Will it be okay if I called and asked you a couple of questions? I know some of you are going to kill me because you're going to be like, Todd, you want me to call the agent? They text me. Yes. Again, thank you for your text message. Just so I can help you the best. Would it be okay if I can call you and ask you a couple of questions? That's how you should respond to that text message. And then what do you think we need to do? Well, you should come up with some questions to ask them. And should those questions be focused on price or should they be focused on value? Value, right? We have a sales team at WOW and we never sell on price. My sales team hates to discount things. My sales team hates to talk about price. They only talk about the value that we bring and the value that we bring the agent. Remember, what we do for them. Okay. So do you think with just a couple of small tweaks, we can increase your conversion rate? I think we can. I think it's going to be pretty simple. Okay. So let's get back to the slides here. So conversion rate, remember we converted at 10% last time. We just want to convert 10% better, not 10% more, just 10% better. Okay. So that takes 10 to 11%. That's all we want to do. Remember, just little by little. That's all we want to do. Okay. All right. So let's move down now. So that means we've got a few more unique customers. Let's move down to average shoots. Okay. Let's talk about the number of shoots per year. Question for you. Sorry, I got a little tech challenge there. I just own a technology company. Question for you. Okay, who is your next best customer? Who's your next best customer? Oh, sorry, if you couldn't see the slides, I'll go back to it. I'll give it to you in the next one. Who is your next best customer? Put it in the chat. Okay, your next best customer, I'm going to give you the answer, is a customer you already have. I do this too. I get so focused on new clients. Yes, a repeat customer. I get so focused on new clients. In fact, we used to pay out our sales team a higher percentage for new clients versus existing revenue. What do you think happened? We got a whole bunch of new clients. What do you think happened to the old clients? They ignored them. They went out the back door. Okay. So here's a few ideas. Let's focus on getting more out of your current clients. Okay. How many of you send a monthly newsletter? Simple, right? You have beautiful photos and videos. You can feature a house. You can put it in a newsletter. You can talk to agents about social media. You can give your referral code. You can give a coupon. All that's in Spiro. Okay. How many of you post consistently on social media? How many of you handwrite a thank you card? Yes, you can still do that. I know. I am the old man in the group. How many of you handwrite a thank you card? So this is funny. I have to tell a story about my middle son, Grant. So I explained to Grant one day that he could write a letter to his grandfather. He could put it in an envelope. We could write their address on the front of it, and he could put a stamp on it. And if he put it in the mailbox and put the flag up, the mailman would take it and give it to Grandpa. You would not believe his 8-year-old mind was blown. Like he was like, it was Christmas morning to him. He had no clue that you could send a thank you and you could just put it in there. It'd go across town over to Grandpa. Like mind blown. Like take some time, get thank you cards made out and write a handwritten thank you. Okay, how many of you host webinars for your agents? And don't be overwhelmed by that. Just tell them about the benefits of professional photography, why they should use video. Tell them the difference between a horizontal video and a vertical video. They don't know it. They really don't. I promise you, they do not know what to do with them. How many of you do office drop-ins? Like you're like, oh no, Todd, you're kidding me. Like, okay, I can probably do a newsletter, but you want me to go inside an office, like just stop by without being asked to? Yes, drop in and say hello. Colleen talked about that. She had a great success with that. Just drop in. How many of you have a VIP program? Very simple, VIP program. Reward your best clients. I think my point here is, are you actively asking your current clients to come back? Are you staying top of mind with them? Okay. Those are a few small things that you can do to increase, to have your current clients come back to you. All right. So let me see if I can get the slides right this time. Okay. So here we are. We're back to the slides, and let's just get 10% better with our average number of shoots. Okay. So that's going to take 5 up to 5.5. Great. Not a lot. I don't want to go 5 times. I don't want to go to 10 or 15 or 20. We just want to get 10% better. Okay, the next category down. Let's look at your average order value. I've got some ideas here for you. Come back to you here. All right, who would like to have a 10% increase in their average order value? Okay, how many of you? What you're charging today, who would like to charge 10% more? Who'd like an increase by 10%? I'm going to tell you what to do. Who'd like that increase? Okay, write this one down. Okay, Brody, I'm going to give it to you. Rand, I'm going to give it to you. Here it is. Write this down. Raise all prices by 10%. I know you literally would probably slap me if you were in the same room as me. But I am being 100% serious. Raise your prices by 10%. Anybody do that recently? Anyone do that? What happened? Nothing. Nothing, right? And that's okay. Who in their business is the most afraid to raise prices? The owner. You. I am. When we talk about it, wow, I'm like, oh, you want to raise prices? Well, what about Cindy and Carrie? What about Lisa? Well, they just sold 30 million last year, you know, and we're bringing value. Look at all these new things we put into the system. Look at this better quality we're giving them. Look at the scheduling we're giving them. It's only natural that as the owner, you have a little anxiety when you want to raise prices. Yeah, Chris. Perfect. Bravo. Okay, so back to my spreadsheet here. Let's raise prices by 10%. Coming back. Okay, so we have a $150 average order value. We're going to raise it by 10%. Anybody do the quick math? Okay, we're going up $15 to $165. Okay, $165. Great. So now we have gotten more customers. They're shooting more with us. We have a higher average order value. And now we've increased our revenue by 10%, right? Actually, no. This is a trick question. I did this on purpose because my coach did it to me too. This is a trick question. For you mathematicians out there, we actually raised our revenue by 46%. All right. Again, just little by little by little. That's all we want. Look at how a small little step and a small little step and a small little step can add up to a big thing. I mean, 10%, who can't give 10% more, get 10% better? It seems manageable, right? Okay, going back to the spreadsheet here, let me share with you again. I need 2 screens here. All right, let's go back. Let's talk about profit margin. Okay, profit margin, there's a ton of things you can do to make your business more profitable. Okay, as you grow, you will find ways to make it more profitable. But let's just say you figure out, if you focus on it, if you focus on profit margin, do you think you can get 10% better? I think you can. Okay, so that's going to take your profit margin up to a 66% increase, or 66%, a 10% increase, excuse me. All right, and what does that do? Now we're getting down to the bottom line. Remember, this is why you started your business. Look at what that does to the profit in your pocket. That is a profit increase of 61%. 61%. How many of you would like a 61% pay raise next year? right? What would that do for your business? Would that help you get closer to the reason why you started your business, those goals? Just a few small steps. Okay, let's talk about and wrap up 2024 vision here. Again, what would a 61% increase to the bottom line? How would it change your life? And do any of these individual steps seem too difficult? Anything we talked about, replacing I or we with you, raising prices, sending a newsletter, does that seem too difficult? I really believe that 2024 is the year that you can make your vision come true. You are already off to a great start. You are in this room. You are working on your business and on your business. Again, not in your business. You are in here today to get business advice. It really can be that simple. Final question. And this isn't me. This is just a final thought to leave with. This isn't me. I'm giving you a lot of the stuff that coaches before me have given me. Question is it good work to do to work on your business and build a business that works for you than to keep doing what you're doing now? And I would say if you said yes, that it is good work to work on your business, then if you want to change the work you're doing, then you have to change the work you're doing, to change the results you're getting. And just small step by small step. So let me tell you how you can get a hold of me here. I'll put the slides back up again. You can get in contact with me. You can email me, hello@spiro.media. If you want to find out more about our delivery platform, order management, delivery, scheduling, automatic scheduling, task, workflows, connect your editors, you can find out more at spiro.media. Again, that's the software that we built for our business. It's the only thing we use to do 10, 12,000 shoots in a year. Our real estate media company is wowvideotours.com, and you can listen to me and Craig Magrum, my co-host, on the Spiro podcast. You can search on Apple or Spotify. Just search the Spiro podcast. So it has been an honor to be here with you guys today. I think the rep team's jumping back in here, and we have a little bit of time for questions and answers.
How was that, everybody? I like the framework where you got it to the end. I was like, I can't wait for the new profit amount.
Oh, goodness, Todd. That was super good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, big thank you to Todd. And it's time for some questions. So this is your chance to ask someone who has a 3 or 4 times bigger business than Norman and Young, my business is. And so this is a good time to ask questions. I love the message of the 10%, and just those small improvements consistently to every area of your business that outputs a huge result. And the even better part is, imagine that with $250 average order value. Mm-hmm. Then it really gets fun.
Yeah.
And so that's the cool thing about this. So Aaron, Jared, Kenny, any questions for Todd right now?
Todd, at what point of your business journey did you realize that metrics are actually super important? Because it seems like you guys are very metric driven as well. I mean, you did the numbers, and a tiny 10% increase created a 46% increase in your revenue, which was insane.
Yeah, great question. So it was when I hired that consultant, that sales consultant. And when she asked me, she's like, what's your average order value? I'm like, what do you mean, Shannon? She literally about hit me because I didn't know what it was. I mean, we probably had 6 or 7 photographers in the field. Derek, we had 2 other office employees, and she was just floored that I did not know these numbers. And it was at that point that we began measuring it. and kind of the thing. It was at that point that I saw that measuring it had value. And then I really bought into like, oh my goodness, I have got to expand my knowledge and what I know, because business is not going to get easier. I just have to get better. And it was at that point, and I still have a ton to learn. I mean, I still have a coach. I still, have close people that I talk to that will just tell me I'm doing something dumb. Everybody needs that in their life. My wife will tell me like, hey, Todd, that's probably not a good idea. Like, you're probably being a little bullheaded there. But it was at that point, Kenny, that I did not know that metric. I was like, ooh, I think I should know this.
That's so good. It's so interesting too, because I think there's this shift that happens where it's like the bigger your business gets, and if you disagree with me, Todd, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the bigger your business gets, it's almost like the more your business grows when you realize that you don't know stuff. I think that's the more concise way to put it. Like, I'll talk about this in a little bit, but like my first 5 years were a mess because I thought I had to learn everything myself. I didn't have coaches. I didn't have, I didn't listen to audiobooks. I didn't listen to like I had this weird idea that there was like photo businesses and businesses. And so like none of the advice applied, and it's so interesting. So yeah.
Yeah. And I just wanted to, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go for it. I was done.
I just want to touch on Todd, I like how everything you do is not, is motivated by the business is all about incentives. Like everything you do is about incentives. Like you're talking about your salespeople, you push them to get new clients. They got new clients, but your other clients fell out the back. So you made it top line. Now they're incentivized to take care of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Clients, price is an incentive for clients, but there's tons of other incentives that you could go to instead of price where they don't even pay attention. You can give them more value. So I just wanted to point that out. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, it's just simple little tricks like that you pick up along the way. And those questions do feel very uncomfortable. And then the first time you get them, I remember many times with working with a coach, and we would kind of go back and forth. The first time you give that to a realtor, or maybe it's an employee, when you give the speech, you're like, oh my goodness, I just did terrible. But honestly, just keep doing it. It only gets better. And, at least you are on the right path. Just keep trying. And you never do as bad as you really think. You're really your own worst critic.
What was your motivation for building your business? Like this question said, Todd, like, especially, was there like a number in, like, walk me through that?
Yeah, great question. This is, I was terrible because I feel guilty saying this, but I'm highly motivated by money. I was motivated to make money. I literally, up until I started a real estate photography business, I sold every which thing you could believe. I mean, when I was a kindergartner, 5 years old, riding the bus, I was making friendship bracelets for kids on the bus. And literally, so a boy, 5-year-old making friendship bracelets. I can only do it for you. I know you don't know how big I am. Like I'm 6'7". So I was literally the biggest kid on the bus at kindergarten. So nobody would beat me up, and they would buy friendship bracelets from me. So I've always been motivated by starting things and selling, learning something, producing something and selling it, and then trying to do it as much as possible.
Yeah. I mean, there is this thing where a lot of people feel guilty that that's their motivation. But like, if you think about it, most of us, everybody who starts their business, that's at least one part of it. And I think the first thing for everybody is like, that actually stops people from starting a business, is the guilt they have from that. Like, it is a great thing to start a business. It's a great thing to go out there and see how you can build something that creates value for others so you can make money. I think there's a lot of people who have kind of like a dirty view of that. And it's not the case. Like when I've had the privilege of getting to know some people who've built businesses, not huge, but I mean, millions of dollars a year. So it's pretty big. And like, that is such a cool thing that they did. Yeah. Are they wealthy because of it? Absolutely. But then I get to see their teams. I get to see the opportunity they create. And so it is interesting because it's almost, in my opinion, it's like more selfish not to, if you have the ability, because there's all that stuff you could have done, all those people you could have helped. And, money you need it. Like the business that isn't focused on money isn't a business. And so I think that's something for everybody to keep in mind too. Like go out there, try, like hit those revenue goals. Don't be ashamed of it. And I feel
it's a mindset. It's a mindset shift. Is it good for your clients if you hate your job? Is it good for your clients if you can't pay your rent? Is it good for your clients if you go out of business? No, it's good for your clients for you to charge them more. so you can provide them more value, you can enjoy what you do, and you can love your life. And you know, you can show up to a shoot with a smiling face and treat their homeowner right, or you can show up stressed about money and just get the job done and get out of there.
It is interesting too. I think something that I definitely didn't understand the first 5 years of my business is how much of building a successful business is the things you believe about what it takes and what it results in. Like, it's all this stuff. Because I used to be like, I don't know, I think of myself as a fairly practical guy. Like, I like the tactics, I like doing it. And I think that actually took away from my ability to grow, because I would just be like, oh, the things I believe are true, let me just do that, right? And so it's so interesting. And it's a trend that I see. Like, the bigger someone's business is, the more the conversations I have with them are around like the things they think and the things it's so different. It just stops being about the little tactics, because if your head is thinking the right things and you're giving it the right info, the tactics become apparent, right? And so it's like, how do I get myself? There's a quote that I love. It's another Hormozi quote. I actually don't think it's from him. It's just like a great quote that he repeats. But nobody here, I would imagine, let's just put it this way. So everybody here that doesn't know how to make $200,000 in take-home income as a real estate photographer, if that's you, think about it. If you don't know, where are you right now in that process? How much are you able to make a year? Let's say that's 50 grand, right? So you know how to make 50 grand a year. Well, every single year that you don't know how to make 200 grand as a real estate photographer costs you $150,000, right? And so your biggest debt, as Alex calls it, is ignorance debt. It's that your biggest expense. It's not the 50 that you made. It's not the money you spent on editing. It's not the money you spend on your team. It's the lack of knowledge on how to make that extra 150. That's costing you $150,000 a year. And so that idea, not framed in that quote, because I heard that recently, but that idea is really what changed my business for me. And I think Todd's echoing a lot of the same things. I was like, wait a second, I don't need to do more. I need to know more so I do the right things, right? And so there's a big pivot that occurred in my business about 5 years in, where I think a lot of it was because I wasn't shooting, so I had time. And so I started looking at like podcasts and other stuff. And I was like, this is crazy. All these ideas that are out there that I didn't know that helped me really grow my business. And the extent to which I've tried to be like, how do I pay that debt down faster? The more my business has grown, the more opportunities I have in front of me. And that's why everybody's here on a Friday night. Like Todd said, you could be doing a million other things, but you're here because you want to create that opportunity. And so in order to get that, you have to be really, really focused on paying down that ignorance debt. And ultimately, that's why we created REPP, right? Because I built the business that I wish I had. That's why we do coaching, because I wish I had that. And that's how many entrepreneurs find their business, right? Is they solve a problem they had. And so, whether you work with us in coaching or you work with somebody else, pay down that ignorance debt. It's like the most important thing that you can do if you want to grow your business. We have 2 minutes for one more question. Let's see. Let me find a good one in here. And no offense if I don't pick your question, but it didn't make the good one category. Let's see. We don't have a lot. We have a lot of statements in here. Okay, let's do this for the next 2 minutes. What are some takeaways from Todd's talk? Drop them in the comments. Let's talk about those a little bit.
Oh, there's a good one. Do you inform your clients of your pricing?
Do you, Todd?
Yes, please do. We do. You should be. Do not sneak it on them. Nobody likes anything. They don't like to be tricked. That's what they'll feel. Just email them. Don't feel bad about it. Don't apologize about it. Sell them on value. Give them proper notice. We give proper notice on everything. You can send an email. Maybe your VIPs. We sit with our VIPs, but that is, again, a very small subset of our entire business. We send an email.
I'm going to ask a very leading question here. Oh, go for it, Jared.
I was going to say, we try to, yes, we do tell our clients about it, but we also try to mention something where we have raised value in our business recently, just to give the air of like, this price increase isn't just us lining our pockets more, it's so we can serve you better.
Mm-hmm.
So again, very leading question, but you have a great business today, 20 plus photographers, 12,000 shoots a year. Is it because you're a genius, or is it because the quote on the screen is true?
Yeah, it's because the quote on the screen, it's true. I screwed so much up over the years, and back to kind of the point you made, Eli, for me, it was pain is what I changed, because I saw good people, good employees come into the business and they left. Yeah. And that is tough for me, because I'm more of a high INC personality, which means I want everybody to be okay. Yeah. And that hit me really hard, where I was like, oh my goodness, I have got to get better. And then as I did that, good things happen. And then you begin leaning on your team. And Eli says this too, that it really does feel like it gets easier. Like, I don't want to give you this idea that it only is going to get harder and you have to get better and better. As you build a team around you, like I go to my team now, I have a leadership team of 3, and I bring them very, very hard things. I mean, they run the business and they are making very hard decisions. And like I found out at morning meeting this morning, like I guess yesterday was a terrible day for us customer service wise, like tons of calls. We forgot things. Somebody was sick. Somebody had to have it last minute, and I had no clue about it. And I just did nothing but thank the team this morning. It's like, I had no clue that you guys, even when I checked in with them and walked by their desk, like, yeah, everything's okay. It's just busy. I had no clue. It was like the day from you know what yesterday.
Oh, it does get easier. It does.
Yeah. So that's something to look forward to, but that's a goal. You need to plan for it, be strategic, and you have to continue to learn.
Yeah. Well, on that note, Todd, thank you so much for your time and for sharing that. Definitely go follow Todd. Check out Spiro. We love Spiro. We use it at Norman and Young, and Todd was kind enough to bring us into his team as minority equity partners. So we're really excited about Spiro and continuing to grow that business and make it better. So check it out if you haven't yet. We're going into a 10-minute break. The next speaker is someone you're really going to love, has not been in the business 20 years, started his business within the last year. So we'll hit about a 10-minute break, and I will post in the comments when we're about to go back live. And thanks, everybody. See you in just a bit. fact that we have people live on a Friday night still is amazing. So shout out to all of you guys trying to grow your business. We could have picked any day of the week. I like picking a night like this because then we really know who's committed. So pat yourself on the back for that. As Todd said, small improvements and putting meaningful action in the right direction is what you have to do if you want to grow a business. And the cool thing is, if you do the right actions in the right order, things can happen really quickly. And so this next speaker is someone who, first of all, he's an awesome guy. And I think you'll learn that after you talk with him. Very smart guy. And he joined coaching in 2023. Within 5 or 6 months, hit his first $15,000 month, which is crazy, first of all. That's like next level. And then throughout slower season, which we're just getting out of now, did multiple $10,000 months. And the real crazy part is he still has a full-time job. And so super excited to welcome Warren to the stage. Warren's an awesome guy. Like I said, I think he tried to unmute himself and then I unmuted him. Actually, you have to do that. There we go. So anyway,
okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Warren, let him know what you have, but I really want everybody to focus here on what can happen if you do things correctly. And so first of all, Warren had the wisdom to do it with somebody else. I'm not just saying that because I want you in coaching. I genuinely believe that coaching is a great move for anybody. I'm saying that because this is a testament to what happens when you do the right things and you act wisely. So Warren, welcome in. Do your thing, sir.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. So a little intro about myself. My name is Warren. I'm 23 years old. I graduated college actually this past spring, last year. And then I joined coaching in May, started about May 15th or so, 2023 on my coaching journey into real estate, photo and video. And I presently work nights in the operating room. So I'm in Utah, based in Utah, working in the operating room, doing 40-ish hours at night per week. And I was like, well, I've done headshots. I've done like the run-of-the-mill freelance photography. And I was like, okay, well, I got to choose my niche, found my niche, and here we are today. So with the full-time job, balancing a business is incredibly tough, especially while working nights. I initially actually wasn't working nights. I was working during the day, trying to find some time. I was like, well, how can I serve my realtors? How can I serve the people who are my clients, give them more flexibility, give them more time, and give them more value? And that's where I thought, well, I might have to do a personal sacrifice in order to meet those criteria that I just listed. So I was thinking, well, if I open up my nights, I work my nights, then I have more time during the day to shoot. And it all came down to, one, am I prepared to take that leap and really say, okay, this is all in on my business and this is something that I need to do? And I told myself yes. So I've been working nights the past 6 months in order to make that reality happen. And so, as Eli was saying, I got into the coaching program. I was like, well, I need help if I'm really going to go into this. Switch to nights, work nights, did my business during the day. I would literally go from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. working my night shift in the operating room from 7 a.m. to, it was about maybe 7-ish, 8 p.m.-ish if I was doing twilights for summer, and then maybe working until 5 p.m. during the winter months, and then doing that for several days in a row. And I don't recommend it to anybody. It is incredibly tough. However, what I do recommend is to find the things that you really enjoy and really want to do. And if you have to make that sacrifice, and I still had to work a full-time job, I still had to make sure I could provide for the people I care for and also pursue the business side of things. So that was a decision that I was able to make kind of upfront and really commit to myself. And yes, I haven't had sleep for about 5-ish months, 6-ish months since I've been doing that. And that's okay, because now I'm coming out of it, is now I'm in a great position in order to do that. So yes, it was a safety net, but it was also a mindset shift. It was taking, can I actually do this? Do I want it enough? And really going all the way and saying, this is the only way it can work. And this is how I'm going to make it work. And it's whatever it takes. It really is whatever it takes. Like if you have that motivation and you have that drive and you have that mentality, like I need to make this work, not because I'm worried, because I'm strong enough to make this work. Like as Eli was saying in the previous session, like having a business isn't like detrimental to anyone. If anything, it helps so many more people. And if you have that capacity, you have that drive, that energy, that enthusiasm, you can really get out there and make a huge difference if and only if you commit to yourself and also commit to those actions that facilitate your success. And like working 24 hours sucks. So don't recommend it. But like go forward with that mentality of really going out and crushing it, even if you're working 18 hours a day. I was working 24. You guys can do 18. I know you can if you really want to. So, and this is like the beginning stages of the business. Now I'm reeling back. I'm actually quitting my full-time job. I'm quitting nights, saying yes to health, no to nights and not health. And it's fantastic. Like it's looking very up from here, revenue wise, health wise. Like everything is going to be fantastic. And in addition to that, I'm not trying to say like, oh, I pride myself, like I'm a hard worker. Like I work hard, but there are things that you just need to really go and not expect the simple 9 to 5. Like there's a way to go above and beyond. You just have to find your means to do so. Mine was switching to nights. Others, it could be working 18 hours a day. Others, it could be cutting out TV time. It could be cutting out these other things that are not working for you and really adapting your mentality and your lifestyle and making time for yourself. You will always have time. And it's making it for yourself and really taking the time that could be wasted and is wasted. Like I still waste time sometimes, you know, everybody does. Everybody loves TV shows, stuff like that. But taking those pinnacle moments and saying no to the easy way out and really taking that and putting into something that is meaningful, that is tough, but is a way to build. And working hard will always pay off. There's always the difference between working hard and working smart. And that's why I, one, wanted to work hard, but also work smart. And that's why I joined coaching. And this is not a plug for coaching because I honestly needed help starting up. I had no idea what a videography or photography business did in general. And I was like, well, I have zero basis. I don't know pricing structure. I don't know the back end. I don't know any of the systems. And that's why I really wanted to like invest in my success. I was like, okay, like honestly, all things considered, this is fantastic for me personally. And it really resonated with me and really told me like, okay, well, this is something if I have help with, I can really make a reality. But yeah, so that's a little bit more on my story. And I also think it is extremely important in this business, in like real estate in general, but especially in real estate photo and video, and in I guess in any business in general, that either your sales rep or yourself has to be incredibly social and influential, social, and extremely likable by all, beloved by all, like all that sort of stuff. Because I mean, if you are, I'm actually by nature an introvert. Like I, way back in high school, even in college, going into college, I hated presentations. I absolutely despise going up and like talking to people. It's like, oh, like introduce myself to them or have them introduce themselves to me. It was so incredibly tough. My heart would palpate. I would be like cold sweating almost. And I just really had to go above and beyond and get out of my comfort zone, especially for this business. And that's why, one, working nights, going to have low energy. But if you bring that energy back up, and that's what I did. I had attend tons of in-person events, from seminars to open houses to like absolutely everything I can to get my face out there and have like the smiling persona, the enthusiasm, everything going above and beyond to, one, make ends meet, but two, like really put yourself out there. You have to be uncomfortable. And if you are an extrovert, that is fantastic. Like use that as an asset. I had to turn myself from an introvert into an extrovert and make myself into that asset. So yeah, that's a little bit more on one going into the business and how you should be sociable, especially when communicating with your clientele. They don't want someone who's going to be kind of like drawn back and like not communicate and like make sure everything is one in writing and say what you mean. Like really keep to your word. That is huge. It is huge. And I mean, on a moral standard too as well. It's really big to keep your word, but also just in business, everything has to be transparent from pricing to like even if you're late to a shoot. Like I've been late to shoots and it sucks. I got stuck in traffic. There's like a 5-car pileup in front of me and I had to let them know. But like hiding from the things that are hard to admit is not going to help anybody. So always going forth with transparency, energy, and enthusiasm are definitely my top 3. So, and also asking for help. Asking for help is like not only is it helpful on a business level, but it's also helpful on a personal level. Like my kind of, how should I say it? My common saying when I was talking to realtors and other, even my clients, I'm extremely transparent with them. I said, hey, I'm working my butt off to get this to work. I'm working 40 hours at night in the operating room. Sometimes I'm in the surgical suite. Sometimes I'm in the endoscopy suite. Sometimes I'm elsewhere. Sometimes I'm scrubbed in, stuff like that. And that is my story. That is not like Jack's story. That is not Jane's story. That is my story. And that is something personal to me that I really incorporate into my business because I'm working nights, but during the day I'm doing listing photo and video. And that's where my passion lies. That's where my business lies. And that's where my clientele lies. And so I'm not just this one, oh, well, I'm kind of in it to be in it and just take a chance on me. Like I have a story behind it. 5-10 years down the line, I want to provide for my kids, you know? And that's also what I'm leading with because previously I was entirely invested in medicine. I actually had my scrubs still on. And because I got off work, went straight to a shoot and then hopped on the call. And it's really taking from the medical perspective. And I was like, well, I don't want to be the absent father type. I want to make sure I can be there and provide for my kids and like help raise them. Like, of course, not all medical professionals have that type of life. Like, say, a select few, but even still, the common concept is to one, ask for more time with your kids and try to get off as early as you can, stuff like that. I said no to that lifestyle, and that's why my trajectory took that fork in the road and is definitely way different than it was 7-ish months ago when I started. So, and also kind of going along with that concept, one, having a personal story. It can be so many different things, but definitely have a personal story. So one, you can relate to your clientele, to friends, family, clients, realtors, absolutely like anyone you encounter, because they'll resonate with the story. Not with it's not your brand, it's not your label, it's not like 123 Main Street Photography. It is you. And that's why I take my story and I incorporate it into my business because everyone has been there. The realtors have been there. They didn't just jump into real estate and start making $1 million a year, right? They really had to take it slow, have that full-time job. And with people who have the full-time job and trying to make this work, this is the message to you. Like, yes, it can work and it will work as long as you put in the consistency, put in the time, put in the effort, change your mindset from can I do this to yes, I absolutely can do this. Like there's so many other people who have. Why would I be the outlier who cannot do this? So, and then also some more tips on the social aspect is be noticed, be approachable. And that kind of ties into the extrovert, like making yourself into that extrovert and drawing yourself out from, oh, well, I want to hide and not really do this, to like be shameless about it. Like be very direct. And I mean, maybe read the room at an open house. If now's not the time to announce your services, now's not the time. Just like tour it out. But like be noticed, be approachable, and really give off that vibrant aura of enthusiasm, smiling, and like trying to bring everybody together. Because that's exactly how I try to be at events, and it works every time. Like I'll go to events like several times a week. It's either open houses, webinars, seminars, even in-person events that I even pay for or sponsor for. And if I'm given a chance to speak and interact with people, like that is heart and core to me, like some of the best interactions with my clients ever, and even potential clients. So really get out there, try to be noticed, be approachable and enthusiastic, and also just convey that nice message of happiness. And in addition to that, because people are seeing you for who you are, you're already creating a brand around who you are, why your business is how it is. And if people can trust you and you're transparent back to them, they can trust your business. It goes both ways. So, but in addition to that, it's just really fantastic to take yourself and put yourself into that uncomfortable zone. And I've had to do that for the past 6 months, kind of reiterating my full-time job that I'm leaving here shortly. And it took a lot of, it was scary. Like putting in my 2 weeks was incredibly frightening. I was like, well, am I actually going to do this? I've been making 10K plus for the past several months. I've hit 15K, so I know it works, but I was still scared of giving up this 4K a month job. And like kind of talking about it a little bit more, I'm like, well, this doesn't really make sense. Like why am I trading my time, my health, and my efforts for something that one is little return, but also just simply unhealthy for me personally. Like I know other people can do nights and have no problem, but maybe not 24 hours, you know. So, but this is something I'm really proud of. Like I really had to dig deep and ask myself to commit to that for over half a year. And now I'm really proud of the brand that I created, the image I've created, taking myself from the introvert, making an extrovert, and making myself into an asset that I didn't think would be possible prior to any of this, honestly. Like 8 months ago, I was prepping for the MCAT. I was ready to go to medical school. I had a full ride to undergrad. I had a fully paid off master's and then medical school. But I was like, is this it? Is this what I need? Is this what I want? And ultimately that question is no. Even though I had everything gearing me toward a surgical residency and anesthesia residency that I so dearly wanted, like it's just not the path for me. And that is incorporated into my story, into my brand. And that's really what also keeps me going. I'm like, well, if this didn't work out, if I didn't even find any of this, I'd still be on that path to one, not having enough time to spend with my kids or family. And it just doesn't speak to me. And in addition to that, having discipline over motivation is crucial because so many times from month 0 to month, I think it's about like 7-ish or so. From month 0 to month 7, I have contemplated so many times about quitting, no matter how hard I've worked. I thought, well, like I don't even know this is for me. I got incredible imposter syndrome, and I kept thinking to myself, is this able to happen? Can I make this work? I see so many other people doing this and having such success, and I didn't see that success. Like in hindsight, I have and currently am succeeding, but it's like always not enough. And that motif always comes up time and time again. I see someone else's success. I'm like, oh my gosh, why is this not my success too? And I have fallen victim to that jealousy of business, you know, like looking at someone else's position, the grass is greener on the other side of the fence as opposed to my side. But it is always a competition against oneself. And that's what the coaches have always reiterated to me. It's like, you're not looking at someone else's market. You're not looking at even the competitors in your market. It's always a you versus you. And that's the mindset thing that sets so many successful business owners like apart from the people who are competing for the money or competing for like business that's up for grabs and competing against each other, when in all honesty, like collaboration is fantastic. There are several rep members in my area who have been like here for way longer than I have. And so it might be intimidating to go into an industry where it's like, well, there's already people there. Like, where can I like occupy this niche and not be like weeded out? And you can absolutely yes, because you have a story, I have a story, and you have a goal, and I have a goal, and like just building that and saying yes to yourself as opposed to saying no to others is immensely more beneficial for you in the long term and the short term than it is to just be like having that quitting mindset. So honestly, just build a brand that you're proud of and have that discipline over like little bits of motivation. Because you can always like take some success and apply it to your business and say, hey, that was really cool. I want to apply it here. And that's what I've taken from multiple businesses around me. I've seen so many successes and such vast success. I'm like, well, you know, that is awesome. And I want that for myself. And I can create that for myself, despite having to work 40 hours at night, despite having to stay up for more than 24 hours on end. Like, I can definitely do this. And because I've been doing all of these difficult things already, I know I have the capacity to go up there. So I'll also touching a little bit more on motivation and doing absolutely everything to make things work and do whatever it takes. Like, motivation will always come in little bits, but discipline is always a constant. And that's for the last 6 months. I said my health went from 100%. I was going to compete in men's physique like this spring, and I had to forego that personal goal in order to facilitate the business. And like, yes, that's not ideal, but it was something that I was willing and apt and able to give up in order to reach where I am today. And now coming out of the job, I can definitely go back and rebuild myself, go compete, stuff like that. Because that's like something on a personal level, you know? You shouldn't have to quit the things that you enjoy doing in order to reach that level of success that you're thinking. But you might have to dial them back a little bit in order to make that time from watching TV, video games, or just like any extraneous activity that is not serving your business, and turn that into a business active time, working on your business, not just going to photo shoots, but working on your business. So motivation will light the fire, but discipline will always keep it going. So that's a motive to always live by. And touching again a little bit more on the comparisons, like it's a huge downfall. It is a huge downfall. And the coaches have told me time and time again, like, please do not compare yourself to others, but it's by human nature. And I still do it. I literally did it yesterday. I did it today. I'm like, but I'm human, you know, everyone is, and everyone has their certain assets that are fantastic and they're great at them, and others have a different set, you know, we're all played out with different sets, and that's okay. But what it boils down to is really doing whatever it takes and like indulge in the struggle. Like in the moment, it is tough. It is so hard. It is incredibly tough. But if you indulge in the struggle at like that 10,000 foot view, when you're looking back, when you have risen 10 feet, you will definitely have all these stories to recount. Like I will look back on the past 6 months, probably a year and a half to 2 years from now, and say, well, I'm so happy that I took that leap to go into nights, to sacrifice so much in order to make it to where I am today. And I honestly think myself still now, I'm still in the job, for even going so far as to doing that and risking my health and so many other aspects of life in order to make this possible. And within we only have 24 hours within a day, and I had the day packed from shoots to shoot to shoot to driving to doing my shift at night to eating, and then just having that be all within 24 hours and still being awake, and then do that again the next day and then the next day. So many people will make excuses as to, oh, well, that's unhealthy, you really shouldn't be doing that, like, but they're not me. Don't let someone else tell you what to do. Yes, I understand that it's tough and it's so hard on the body, and I get that. I came from a medical profession. I had an emphasis in anatomy and physiology and how the body works. I know it's awful. I know it's like one of the worst things you can do to your body. But I still did it for 6 months, and I'm still making the business as I am today, and it's growing. So really being able to crank down, have that discipline, have those little pieces of motivation that feed in those wins will definitely help you in the long run and in the short term, but in the long term for sure. And also something that I've been doing to really take it to the next level and do whatever it takes is I've had to sit down and start writing priorities and my goals and really start organizing myself, because at a baseline, I'm incredibly disorganized. Unfortunately, I wish I were more organized, but I need to turn that weakness into a strength, just like taking my introvert and turning it into a strength. So that is kind of a little bit more about me, and I would love to open it up to Kenny, Jared, Eli, and the whole team, and like crank down on some Q&A.
Warren,
First of all, Warren. Oh, sorry, Kenny, go for it.
I was just gonna say that was incredible. I love that
That was
quote.
great.
What is it? Motivation will light the fire, but discipline will. I don't
Discipline
know.
will keep it going.
There you go. I love that, dude. And you definitely have shown that.
Warren, when is your last day at your job?
It is January 26th, if I can't call out those 2 days anyway. So
Gotcha. I just wanted everybody to know. I knew it was coming up here in the next like week or so. So we made the joke earlier about everybody clapping in their bedroom watching this, but they're probably and hopefully clapping for you again. Congrats, dude. It's awesome. And for everybody, you can probably see why we asked Warren to speak. I didn't know that he felt like an introvert, at least before he like pushed into it. And he just gave a talk for 40 or 30 minutes or whatever in front of 300 people with no problem. So it's a discipline again. And I will say too, when anytime we've asked him, he actually spoke at our conference in November, and it's just like, yep, I'll be like, he just goes for it. He just does it anyway. And so what he's not saying, what we're not saying is you got to give up. You don't have to do the 24-hour thing. He got the sleep in where he could. You don't have to do that, but you have to give up something. I think that was my biggest takeaway. So from the group here, what are your takeaways from this? The great thing is he built such a good business so quickly. And so it's like, it's okay to not build it that fast. But I wanted you to hear from Warren so that your excuses felt small. We wanted him to call you out a little bit. And I hope it acted like I called me out. I was both tired and wanted to work more at the same time. So I don't know how to feel about that. But yeah, what are your takeaways in the comments, guys? Ask questions if you have them. We have a few more minutes for Q&A here. Let's see. Yeah, we have like 10 minutes for Q&A. We'll go into a break. And then the next, it's a video because the speaker just sold his business and he's on the way to Argentina. We'll talk about that in a second. So you're definitely going to want to stay for that. Warren, what's your favorite specialty to scrub? I don't know if you change around, but
so I work the anesthesia side of things, and I'm not a scrub tech, but I am an anesthesia tech. So I have scrubbed in part for vascular, in part for cardiovascular surgeries, and I scrub the most when doing central lines for the anesthesiologist. So that's a little bit about the day job that I'm now leaving.
So okay, speaking of that, I obviously, I think everybody knows at this point, I wanted to be a doctor for a long time. That was my plan. I was committed to it for years. I changed. I'm a photographer too. I started a photo business. Like, when did that happen for you? Was it like you obviously were interested in something else? If you were like, hey, let me spend money on coaching, let me do this. But like, how did that happen?
Right. Yeah. So the full switch in my mindset happened probably around July or so. But before that, I was like, okay, well, I am an entrepreneur by heart. I tried so many different things prior to this. Like I tried affiliate marketing. I tried like doing like an online shirt printing company. I've tried like so many different like little things. I was like, well, this isn't along my alley. This isn't along my alley. But I know there's something that is. And eventually I will find that and I'll have it. So internally I already had that desire to have some type of business, some type of thing happening outside of medicine. And in summer, I was actually talking to the whole team. I was like, hey, I mean, I have a master's that's fully paid off for this fall and it starts. I will go into the semester and be a master's student. And that's when I was like, oh, will not have enough time for one, the business, one for personal health, and do a master's. The master's in itself is like 80 hours a week.
Yeah.
And that's at that point, I was like, well, you know what? That's when I started casting my net 5 years, 10 years down the line. What do I really want for myself 5 years, 10 years down the line? And ultimately it boiled down to, I want time with my kids. I want to I don't have kids yet, but like later down the line, I want to have that time to spend with them. I want to be the present father, not the absent father that so many surgeons unfortunately are. And that's like the career didn't matter as much to me as like my end goal. And that's where that shift was. I took like career oriented and turned it into what do I want 10, 15 years down the line, and then make my career kind of that way. A little bit of a back-ended draw.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's something, I mean, I don't do that well to this day, but I think there's definitely something that everyone here can learn from you when it comes to thinking about what the future is going to look like. We talked earlier about you can either have uncomfort now or uncomfort in the future, but the kind now you get to choose, and the kind in the future comes to you and you have no choice. And so I think those kind of go together in the sense that like I try to be more like that now, because it's really interesting. Like there's all sorts of quotes where if you don't know where you're going, there's like no way to get there because you don't know where you're going, right? And so I think that is something that everybody in this room, myself included, could take away, is to be a little more thoughtful about our plans and make those hard decisions, right? We try to do that. Yeah, Rod, exactly. You reverse engineered his life. And we try to do that with our business, but I think it's important to do it with your life too, and be like, does this business fit? Does the job that I have now fit? And then knowing, and again, this is, one of the many reasons that I was so excited that Warren was willing to come talk to everybody, is it sometimes just takes a season of suck. Like Warren doesn't love not sleeping. Like he's a normal dude. I mean, he somehow does it. So maybe he's a little bit abnormal, but either way, he's a normal guy. He
dark under the eyes.
Yeah, he doesn't always want to do that. And so that's a big thing that we believe. And we talk about in coaching is like, when you work with us, when you start that business, the first 6 months aren't the best 6 months of your life, but you'll look back on them as if they were, because of how much change you can have. And so you commit yourself to a season of like, hey, I'm going to go all in. I'm going to do what I can so that I don't have an entire life where I don't get the things that are important to me. That was my takeaway. Let's see.
And I like, everybody says have goals, and I think people kind of misunderstand that. Now, obviously, goals are there to motivate you when you don't feel like doing stuff. So, I want to hit this goal. I want to hit this goal. But like in coaching, I tell people to get their goals, not to motivate you on the bad days, but so we can reverse engineer on how you're going to build your business. Is your goal, you want to take more vacations? You want to spend more time with the family? Is it money motivated? What are you going for in goal? Because that's going to shape how you're going to build your business, right? So I thought that was really cool.
Let's see. What else do we have in the comments? The takeaways are great. Go all in. Yeah. The cool thing too, and something we really believe, that's always the takeaway, right? Like you hear these people, they went all in, and that's something we say a lot, is you can't just like dip your foot in and expect, to get a lot of change. And so again, this is not give up your entire life for this business. It's give up your next 6 months, a lot of it, so that you can have your entire life and be in more control of it and have the things that are more important to you, right? For different people, that's different things. But, Colleen talked about this earlier. She talked about knowing what your why is, because that's going to help you. That's going to help you be disciplined too. Because if it's something that's big enough, you're going to create the discipline yourself to get there. Warren, what's the biggest game changer you gained from coaching? What do you think's like, would you have done this on your own? I'm not asking you to just fluff up coaching. I want your genuine opinion. Like, what's the biggest thing to you that created value for you? Because you're already a disciplined guy.
Yeah. So a little bit of background. I work hard and I have discipline. but I did not have any of the help going into it that I would have had with coaching. So that's why I built the business when I started coaching. And I was like, well, you know what? I could do this. I could do this solo. And I mean, Eli puts a ton of value on his page already. Like, he gives you the instruments, but the coaching aspect, one, it's accountability. Two, you have a huge vault of resources. Not only Eli and the coaches, but you have like a community around you who not only supports you, but values your success and wants you to win. And that is fantastic. And honestly, just, it's everything about coaching has been awesome. But my biggest game changer was that Eli and his team, they took the mistakes that they had already made like years and years past and applied that when I was making my business, so I did not make those same mistakes. I followed their advice to a T, and that's where I am now. And it's not taking a different approach to like carving out the wheel. The wheel is not going to be a square anytime soon. It has been a circle. It's always been a circle. And Eli already has the wheel in a circle. Like, why wouldn't I just go in and be, hey, this advice is coming from 10,000 foot view, coming to where I'm at 10 feet and I'm still building up. Like, why not take that stellar advice and really start having a game changer of a business?
Thank you, Warren. Yeah, we started with the square wheel and we just pushed it so hard it ground itself into a circle finally. And that's my story, which is, it's so fun because, like, you know, obviously I like building our coaching business. I'm an entrepreneur. I enjoy new things, but it's just so cool to see. Like, I would have told you that it was straight up impossible to grow like Warren when I started. And so it's just super cool to see people do that. And it's really rewarding. Like, literally, Aaron and I remember vividly, this is like multiple months, if not like probably more than a year or two into our business, I think. I remember one time, and I've told this story a lot, but I was with my dad and he was like, how much do you make this month in the business? We were just talking about it. The question was something like that. And I was like, $4,000. We were at like 3,200. And I was just like, to me, $4,000 was like, when I said it, I felt like an idiot. I thought we were going to hit it that month. We didn't. It took a little bit longer. But it's just so cool to get the perspective on that. Cause like, I thought $4,000 was $1 million when I started. And so it's cool to see people that are just blow through that so much faster. So with that being said, we're going to go into another break until, let's see what time, 6 p.m. Central. So that's 13 minutes from now. We'll be in a break. And then when we come back, this is one that everybody's going to, I think, get a lot from. It is an interview with a REPP member who joined 3 years ago, and a few months ago, or a few weeks ago, I think, just sold his business for $340,000. And that's something I didn't consider when I was starting my business. And that's something that Warren's building, that Todd's built, that Colleen's building, that we've built at Norman & Young. Like, your business is not just something that can make you money and allow you to do what you want, but it is an asset that you can sell or pass on to somebody else. It's not a job. You know, you can't sell your job no matter how much you make, but you can sell your business. And so I think when you're thinking about, like, what's the why for me and what are the things that are important to me? What's the future look like? I think it's important to at least keep in mind that part of the reason and part of the thing that's so awesome about owning a business and building one is it is an asset that you can actually, that has value. And this is somebody who just started 3 years ago. They built their business. It wasn't a huge business, right? But they sold it for $340,000. I mean, like, how many people, that would be a life-changing amount of money, $340,000. And so when we come back, we'll do that. Yeah. Thanks so much for being here, Warren, and get some sleep. The day is coming when your job is done. And so I'm super excited to see where you take it, but thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, you guys, for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And everybody else, hang tight. We still got over 300 of you here. So shout out to you for being a person who's putting in your, I almost said wasting your Friday night. That would have been unacceptable, for using your Friday night for your future. And we'll see you back in about 10 minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. This next one I'm very excited about. And I'm excited about it because it's already happened. So the next video is 20 minutes and it's pre-recorded because first of all, not only did this guy sell his business, but he has sold his business and is now traveling the world for a year. And so he's headed to Argentina. I'm really excited to share this video with you guys because like I said earlier, your business is an asset. Dave, I appreciate you shouting that out in the comments. Your business is an asset. You can sell a business. You can't sell a job. And so give it up for virtually and pre-recordedly Jack Kehoe, who sold his business. Out of the blue the other day from Jack, as you can see sitting here next to me. And I'm going to read the DM before we jump into this because it was super awesome. And it was, hey, Eli, just want to say thanks a ton for this course. Bought it 3 years ago and I was able to make over $100K income the past few years. And I just sold my business for $340,000 a couple of weeks ago. My wife and I are now going to travel the world for a year. Thank you for all the help. It was invaluable. So on social, like many of you scrolling, I get that DM. It was super cool because we get a ton of people asking in my DMs about buying a business, about selling it in real estate media. And we've seen people do that, but we've never been able to actually speak to someone who has. And so when I got this DM, I was like, we have to do that. So anyway, Jack, thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. And if you would just dive into like the life cycle of your business, when you started it, and then, kind of concluding with selling it.
Yeah, I would love to. So 4 years ago, I started a social media marketing agency where I was managing social media for different businesses, restaurants, gyms, doing content creation. And then I came upon one of my clients was interested in having us shoot. She owned a restaurant, but then also was a luxury real estate agent, and she asked if we could start shooting her properties. And I quickly saw like, man, this is an amazing industry to be in. It's much more clear, like cut and dry and replicable than just doing content for anyone. And then through YouTube, I came upon REPP and started the course. And it was really cool because I had been honestly fluctuating between like 2 to 6K a month for a year. And then I went through your course. I went through your course in like a week and I started DMing like immediately. And within a month, I was at 10K a month, 1 month after that. And so I was just like blown away. I was like, this is amazing. This is the route I want to go. So went exclusively into real estate media and kind of left behind all the other stuff. And then over the last 3 years, we've grown. It was just me. And we got to a really good point of revenue that I was really happy with. And I was taking home like everything, but my hair was on fire. And I was like, this is just insane. And so started hiring editors and then started hiring other shooters as well. And the team kind of grew over time. And eventually I began to think, man, maybe I could turn this into a real business and maybe I could even someday sell it. And so we shifted from contractors to W-2 employees, and we had part-time W-2 employees. And I really tried to shift everything from all the clients knowing me as the brand to trusting in the process and the experience of working with our company. And then we were able to hire a project manager who did all the customer service, who was kind of our front facing person. So then clients weren't even really talking to me as much, which is what allows the business to become sellable when you have something that is a self-sustainable vehicle. And so about 6 months ago, I decided to list the business for sale on bizbuysell.com. There's just a website where you can buy and sell businesses.
It's a really cool website, by the way, for everybody watching, like go check it out. But anyway.
Yeah, really cool. And there's so many there's like thousands and thousands of businesses on there. So I just made a listing and I was astounded actually with how many people reached out. One really cool thing about our business is we're a mission focused business, or a for cause business, where our editors are hired coming out of human trafficking and out of difficult circumstances over in Southeast Asia. And so that was an attractive piece that also is built. Our team mission has kind of been built around that. But I got like 50 people reaching out to me with interest in my business. And so I just started setting up interviews, have them sign NDAs, send financials, and And then 6 months ago, we found this amazing couple that was interested in buying, and the process took about 6 or 7 months to finally get to the point of closing. But now I'm stoked to say that we finally closed on the sale of the business.
That's so awesome. I have like a million questions, I guess, but the first one, 6 or 7 months is not bad for selling a business. So for everybody out there, like that's a pretty good timeline.
Yeah.
Especially, and is this your first business that you've sold?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's pretty incredible on its own. The buyers, were they coming from real estate media? Or were they just someone that was, wanting to start a business or buy a business, I guess?
Yeah, they were just wanting to buy a business. One of them has some photography experience. They both have a lot of business experience, actually, but they didn't have any real estate media experience, and they were specifically interested in that cause component, but really just on buying a business that seemed to be in a field that they were interested in. So, yeah.
Yeah. So you mentioned that you started thinking about maybe I could sell this business. Is there something that like started that thought? Was it just, hey, I've done what I wanted to here. The money would be cool and I can do something else? Or like, how did that come to be?
Yeah. My long-term dream is to have a camp and retreat center. And so I never thought I would have this forever. And then I got married a year ago, and my wife and I have kind of talked about spending a year traveling and doing service work all over the world. And so as we were deciding to do that, I was like, you know what, I'll just see if I can sell the business. And that's how we got there.
Nice. That's the cool thing too. I think one thing that's under realized probably is that that there's a difference between a job that pays well and a business that pays well, because you can't sell the job, right? And so even if you don't go into it like you did thinking, hey, I'm going to sell this, like you're actually building an asset that is worth something to somebody else. And so it gives you have the flexibility of owning a business, right? But you also have the flexibility of exiting that business. Not saying that's going to be an easy process, but it is there. So I think just knowing that is something you can do. And also, the same thing as you can sell the business, you could pass it to somebody, you could pass it. Like there's so many options that I think are super cool. When you sold your business, what was like the approximate revenue and profit? And like, how did you figure out a sale price that you would be willing to take for it?
Yeah. So this last year, I mean, if you're in real estate media, you know how hard it's been this past year of 2023. So 2022, we ended at about 275K revenue. I was taking a 50K salary, and we had 100K profit on top of that. So originally when I made the post, I did it off of, there's EBITDA, which is how earnings before interest. You may know this better than me.
Yeah, taxes, depreciation, something. Anyway, your profit, basically.
Yeah, this is
your owner's
how much money is able to be taken out of this business at the end of the day. And so I was at 100K profit over my salary. If I were to hire someone into my position, I would need to pay them 50K, but then there would still be 100K. And so I went off a 5 multiple. And so I listed it actually originally at 500,000. And we did actually get into contract higher than I sold at 450,000. However, this past year, our revenue, even though our client base and our number of agents that we worked with grew 30%, we did still less revenue. So our business went down a little bit. Because of that, we ended up closing at 340,000. But we still did. I mean, we still ended up relatively similar to the year before, just a bit lower.
Yeah. Well, it's cool too, because I mean, you got to achieve your goal. I would say that 2024 is looking very positive for real estate media. Your buyers got in at a good time. So everybody's happy, That's how it goes. So yeah, I mean, typically what we've heard is people are getting a 3x multiple on the, owner's comp, however you want to define that. So I think that's pretty well within the reason there. What was your team at that point? Like, so first of all, if you're doing 300-ish grand a year, slightly under that, and your owner's comp is 150, that's a pretty well-run business just for everybody watching. Like 50% margin as you scale is good. When you're a solo operator, 50% is trash, right? You want more than that. But when you scale, that's a good margin. So like, what did the team look like at that point?
Yeah, so we had four part-time photographer videographers. we were also working in 2 different locations. So we started working in another city, and I was going back and forth between them. And then we had one project manager who was pretty much available full time, but also had another job. It worked out really well because they were working another job, so we were able to pay lower and do a per project payment.
Yeah.
So we had project manager, photographer, videographers. Then we had a team of editors. We had 2 photo editors, and then about 5 video editors.
Okay.
And 1 VA who was helping me do the outreach for sales.
Nice. Yeah, the part-time team thing is great for maintaining margins, because it's like in busy season, as you know, full-time W2 can be great, but then you pay for it in off season. And so that's what we've switched to at Norman Young as well, and a lot more margin there. Okay, so anything you did, not necessarily wrong, but maybe is there anything about the process you wish you would have known or were more unaware of?
I mean, it's going to be ideal if you can find a buyer who's able to buy all cash. I didn't have that option. The best people that I felt like, because I really care about my business, I really care about all the people that I've just gotten to pour into and build this for and provide jobs for. So I really wanted owners that were going to operate in a similar way to me. So I was actually really vetting for quality people. And the people that I found that were the best, they needed to get an SBA loan. Yeah. And that's really what kind of slowed down our whole process and made it really difficult. And then also actually lowered the price point because they needed to get a separate business valuation. Mm-hmm. And the valuation came out super low. So then we had to have some honest conversations and come to what felt like a fair point for everyone. Yeah. So I think that was the only thing, but there is a good amount to the whole transition process. Yeah. But
I guess on the transition, well, first of all, on the SBA loan thing, that is like a very typical way people buy businesses. So I'd imagine they put 20-ish% down maybe, and then finance the rest.
10. I think they put 10% down. Yeah,
incredible.
And then I did give a seller note as well. I gave a $25K seller note.
Okay, so like maybe combined they put in 20%. And that's the cool thing about the SBA is they allow you to carry the down payment sort of, right? Like you can carry, which is kind of cool. So for anybody out there that's like, maybe I will buy a business, that's an option. You don't have to have $340,000 in cash to be able to, dump into the business. So anyway, so that you go through the process, you close on the business. I would imagine there was some like handoff or transition period. Is that true? And how did that work?
Yeah. We actually just did about 2 weeks of training. Wow. So we were fast. It was fast, but we had also been doing calls beforehand. We had built honestly like a friendship. I feel like friends with the new owners. And so they had been learning beforehand. And then we just really grinded for about 2 weeks. I flew to where they were. And we spent some days in person and then a lot over Zoom training. And I had built out training for different positions and roles, and I have tons of videos that I've made for each of the roles for training. So we did that, and then we did some transitions where I communicated with all the employees. We held a meeting for everyone to meet the new owners. And then we've kind of continued just because there's so many little things and questions of, oh, hey, what about this account or this password isn't working or something like that. So there has, even after we finished the 2 weeks, I've continued to just help out a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. 2 weeks is fast, but I understand that doing it ahead of time. That makes a lot of sense. There's something that, I think is a principle that really plays out that I'm curious of your take on, but the process of getting a business that is sellable kind of goes along the lines with the process of building a business that's scalable. So it's like, it's not 2 different directions, right? Like you're doing the same things. And how does that make sense to you? Is that something you agree with?
Yes, I totally agree, because I was actually just trying to set things up so that it could work while I traveled, so that it was self-sustainable. But that's also exactly what you need to do to be able to sell it. And what I told the new owners, because I have in transitioning, I was only working like 15, 20 hours a week for the last couple months because I was getting ready to do the same if it didn't sell while I traveled.
Yeah.
And what I told the new owners is basically your main thing for you guys to do is sales. Like if you want to
Mhm.
grow this, it's a sustainable model right now. Yeah, you'll
You
need to
just gotta
manage the team and
influence.
everything, but if you can just pump sales, you can really grow this.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you did frankly the hard work of building the systems and, getting everything in place, establishing the brand. So that's super cool. So kind of, I guess to finish, there's going to be two different types of people watching this, right? So there's going to be the people that are doing, 10K plus a month, maybe even 5K. They've established a business. They're starting to grow it. Any advice for them? Because you started, grew, and sold like in a pretty compressed time frame, which is super cool. And so you did things right in that sense, 100%. Any advice for someone like at 10 or 15K a month in revenue that wants to scale their business so that they have the choice to either sell or operate remotely or take some time back in their day? Like any advice to those people?
Yeah, I would say first hire editors. If you're like on fire, you're doing everything. I mean, it's awesome when you're doing that and you're seeing all this money coming to your bank and you're just like, it's all profit. It's like crazy. But hire editors and then hire contract shooters that can start taking some of the shoots. And then somewhere along the way, hire a project manager once you feel like you have a team figured out and switch the shooters over to W2, part-time W2.
Yeah.
That's kind of I think that's the route that I went. And I think it works really well because you don't have to fully jump the gun and like pay someone $60,000 a year and be super scared. It kind of allows you to do it in steps and to transition, but you really need to shift. You need to shift your clients from trusting in you to trusting in your company and your brand. And so even little things like having t-shirts and making sure that your project manager becomes the one who is following up with them and making sure that they're having a good experience. So then they begin to trust in this process because what you're going to sell and what you're going to scale is a process. It's not yourself.
You know what's funny about going through that? So like we took a little different route with Norman and Young. The same, ultimate conclusion. We have W2 staff, we have a full-time project manager, and we have a leadership team of Jared and Trent. And the best part about that process is it seems very scary to do that when you're at 10K a month revenue. But now it seems so scary to not have that. I'm like, I can't imagine being the only person again. It sounds horrible.
I know.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like there's quotes around this, but it's like the thing you're most scared of is the thing that you most need to do usually. And so just thinking about it in that way is super cool. Like I'm sure you can't imagine like the profit's great when it's all you. Awesome. Maybe stay there 6 months and build up some savings if you don't have any. But like once you get past that phase, it just gets easier, right? Like there's things that are more challenging. You have to manage people, but that's also a thing that it's exciting to do and you get to create jobs. And so there's so much ahead of where you are if you do it right and kind of like face those fears. So on the other side, someone like just starting their business, they don't believe they're even a real estate photographer yet. They're like excited about the industry. They have imposter syndrome. They can't even imagine selling their business in the future, letting alone start. Like, what's your advice for that person like just getting started?
Oh, just send it. Basically, just like put yourself out there. Like I remember when I did I DM'd a bunch of people, and actually the first shoot that I did solo was a $4 million lakefront property. And I went on the shoot. I was so nervous and I didn't even have a camera backpack. I just had like a pile of equipment in my hands because I had a stabilizer, my camera, tripod, 3D camera, all this stuff. But just like learn a ton and then just start going, because the worst that happens is you make a mistake, you don't do super well on the shoot, person's not that satisfied, you can refund them, you can be like, hey, I'm so sorry, I'll come back and shoot it for free. But you basically just have to really start putting yourself out there and working through that fear. And it's amazing to see, just especially if you're able to be personable with the people and give good customer service, how far that will go, even if you're not necessarily as good yet as the other people in the market.
Yeah, it's something we talk about quite often, is that it's just not the product you're delivering that grows your business. It's the relationship, like you said, and that starts with, you have to reach out and establish the relationship, and then you have to maintain it by being an easy person to work with and being accommodating. And so, yeah,
Mhm.
that's amazing. I was on a coaching call yesterday, and a guy asked a question. He was like, "I'm really scared to send the first DM because I'm not quite ready yet. So what if they book a full package?" And I was like, I hope that your first DM, someone books a full package for Thursday, and this was on Tuesday. I was like, because mysteriously you'll have it figured out by Thursday. And it's
Yes.
just all about getting in there and getting your feet wet. So
So
absolutely love
true.
that. I guess last question is, I would imagine it was a pretty good day when the business closed. It sounds like a fun
Yes.
experience. Like, can you speak to that at all, what that felt like?
Yeah. Well, it's funny actually because when I first found out that it was gonna fully go through, because it became questionable throughout the whole
Yeah.
lending process. When I first found out that it was gonna go through, I actually felt sad. I was like, "Whoa, I'm gonna miss this." Like, I've loved doing this. I've loved the team that we've grown, and I actually felt sad. But
Mhm.
by the time we came to the day, it was crazy. It was like I was stoked. It was crazy to have the funds wired, and it was like, "Wow, this is real.
Yeah.
I just sold a business. I can't even believe it."
Such a cool experience, and something you'll be able to, share with people forever. It's inspiring, like it's awesome to have a business and own a business, but there's something I think that feels like, mysterious a little bit about selling. It's like this pie
Yeah.
in the sky thing that doesn't actually happen. And so, yeah, Jack, thank you so much for your time and for being willing to share, and safe travels as you go wherever you're headed next.
Thanks so much, Eli. Thanks for having me.
How was that, everybody? Like I said, it's not an outfit change. That one was pre-recorded. So cool stuff, huh? I personally want to keep my business. I like the cash flow that it generates, but it's just cool to have options as a business owner. And who knows what he'll do in the future? I'm trying to get him to join our coaching staff, but we will see. He's a great guy, and he's going to spend a year traveling, which is super cool. So, what do you all think? Would you sell your business? What are your thoughts on that? It's an opportunity, like I've said, I feel like 100 times at this point, that most people don't know you haven't. So it's super cool. So yeah, what are takeaways from that one? We're about to go into the last talk, which is mine. I'll be sharing some mistakes I made and things that I grown to love about the industry that I think make real estate media awesome. But what are your takeaways? We're wrapping up the last hour of the event. It's 6:22 Central, so we got about 38 minutes together still, and put together some stuff that I hope will be of value as you go forward into your year, and maybe address the question of what your income target should be, and kind of that 3-step process we talked about at the start being a goal for this event. So yeah, what are your takeaways? Got a couple in there, I think. What's the cap you think a business can make? There's no cap on business. That's the thing. Their business is far, far bigger than mine. Love all these stories and journeys people are going through. So fun to see where this business can take you. Yeah. Yeah. I thought that was really cool, Sophie. I didn't know that before I talked with him, and it's cool to hear that. It was interesting that it can help him connect to the new sellers or the new buyers too, because it was something they aligned with. Just got to send it. Yeah, absolutely. I think Jack did a great job building his business. I think it was so cool that he did that in a short period of time. Like, he literally did the life cycle, right? He started the business from scratch, built it up, built a team, and sold it. That's super cool. So, all right. Well, with that being said, I'm going to jump into my talk that I put together. I was trying to brainstorm what I wanted to share, because obviously, like, you guys aren't here just to hear someone talk. Like, my goal is to give you value. I hope this event has so far. It's been fun for me to watch. The whole time when I'm not on screen, I'm watching and taking notes too, because I still have a lot to learn about everything. But the contrast that I really wanted to draw attention to was a contrast between Colleen and her growing her business, and Warren growing his. And the reason they were able to grow quickly is because they were able to avoid a lot of the mistakes. And so I want to walk you through maybe a little bit deeper into a few of the mistakes I made, because I think they're really, really common mistakes that if someone doesn't tell you they're a mistake, you will definitely make. And that's why I made them. And so my goal today with my talk, spend 15, 20 minutes with you. And I want to bring out my entire team here in a minute and give you guys some behind the scenes of what REPP looks like and our coaching staff and everything. But made a whole lot of mistakes along the way, and so I'm going to run you through those. I started obviously not as a photographer. Nobody's born a photographer. You have to pick it up at some point. And so, as many of you know, I picked it up because I skied in Alaska, and I did a type of skiing specifically called freestyle skiing, which is like jumps, rails, that kind of stuff. And when you're, 14, 15, 16, and you do any sport, you lie about it, right? And so I became the guy that would capture it on camera because then you can't lie. And so if you said you did a backflip today and there's no video, it probably didn't happen. So I always played with the camera. I enjoyed that aspect of it. And when I was 16, my parents, I think it was a little bit before I turned 16, actually, my parents moved from Alaska to Texas. So I didn't have any friends. There was certainly no snow. And the only kind of thing that I had that was consistent was my camera. And like Todd said, I was always a guy who wanted to make money. I actually was really worried growing up that I wouldn't be able to make money, which I think is interesting. Kind of how those fears drive you to fix it, right? So anyway, my mom became a real estate agent. I think she was an active agent for like 6 months. And I, went and shot one of the properties that her broker had listed, and I did everything wrong. So that was my first mistake, is I thought that real estate photography would be as simple as going in there and taking photos of a house. And I did it all right, but I broke every rule in real estate media. So if you're in this industry right now, if you've started your business, you know that you shoot on a tripod. I didn't shoot on a tripod. And you know that you shoot straight on and level with the room so your verticals are straight. Well, I didn't do that. I went to the corner of the room and shot down on it. And I didn't shoot HDR. They were awful photos, but they were enough to get me hired. But I did notice that other real estate media businesses had way better photos than mine. And I was like, well, that must be the key to becoming successful. And so this is my first really big mistake that I just want to cover with you, is I thought that making my photos better was going to make me more money. So I spent a ton of time and a ton of money on building a better workflow. Bought a flash, thought I needed to upgrade my gear. I spent way more time on location, and I put all this effort forward. And really what ended up happening is my photos didn't get better. I spent way more time shooting, which the agents didn't like. I spent way more time editing, because I still edited my own stuff, and I didn't make any money. So it was like the worst combination, right? I was spending more money, spending more time, and I wasn't making any. And so the first mistake you're going to make is being like, better real estate photos are going to make me more money. It absolutely won't. So I figured that out. And my business really unlocked at that point, right? I was able to grow relatively quickly. This was still like years in the making to this point, by the way. So just keep that in mind for the context between Colleen, the context between Warren, and my business that took way longer because I made every mistake. So I figured that out. Simple workflow, HDR, fast photos. That way the agents can get them quickly. They don't want to wait at the house long. When I figured that out, my business, relatively exploded. Then I made the next mistake that a lot of business owners make, right? Which is, oh, I'm really good at this. We're making 15, 18 grand a month, Aaron and I working together. And I was like, we're on top of the world. And so I started thinking that the way to build a 40K a month business, which would have been double at that time, was, well, I need to do more stuff. So I have this 20K a month or whatever coming from real estate media. Let me do other things and build another 20K. So I have a 40K a month business. Makes sense, right? That's how a lot of people think. So I looked at offering staging services for a while, even like home prep landscaping. I built websites for people. I did all of this other stuff around my business that I was like, that is what the smart business owner would do, right? They build this business, they get these clients, they make 20 grand a month. They start looking for other ways to add another 20 grand. That is not what smart business owners do. And I've learned that the hard way, and it took me a long time. What smart business owners know is that focus is what matters above all else. And so one of the biggest mistakes we made, and the thing that we believe is core to making this business awesome, making real estate media a great opportunity, is it is just way easier to go from 20 grand doing real estate media to 40 grand a month doing real estate media. Much easier than it is to try to build websites or do branding and all that other stuff. Doesn't mean you can't do that. Just think about that. If you're in that place where you're starting to feel successful and you start to feel like you can accomplish other stuff, I'm not saying you can't. The question is, what's the easiest path? Because that's what I was trying to find. I thought the easiest path was to double up on that. What are some other mistakes we made? Well, because we were doing all this stuff, I needed more people on the team. And so I hired way too many people. I thought that the only thing that mattered in my business was building a business that does more revenue every month. I remember the first month we made $50,000 in revenue at Norman & Young. And I actually screenshotted that Stripe dashboard and I framed it, and it was in the office. And I think it's great. Celebrate a revenue milestone. 50K in a month is awesome, right? But what I didn't even, first of all, I would have never screenshotted it because it wasn't good at the time. But more importantly than that, I didn't even focus on it, which was the actual profit that the business is making. We were making 50K a month in revenue, but how much was the profit? Some months it was fine. Other months it was really negative in slow season. And so I built this business that on the surface looked great, but it wasn't making much profit. And so I learned the hard way that how you structure your business and how you hire people and how you compensate them really matters. And I learned more importantly that profit is like one of the most important things. It's the metric and the measure of business health, right? $50K business that makes $0 in profit is a really crappy business. Much better to have an $8,000 business that makes $7,000, right? Because at least your take home is $7,000. Now, obviously, there's a lot that goes into that. I mean, you could be saying, hey, I'm going to focus on growth. I'm going to reinvest all that money in growth. Sure, but that's not what I was doing. It's what I tricked myself into thinking that I was doing. Anyway, another mistake, right? In the slew of mistakes that I made. What else do I have on here? I was still shooting real estate myself when we had 5 employees besides me. So my day was like this. I would go out and I would shoot, and I would finish the first shoot, and I would have like 17 missed calls and a couple angry agents. And then I would take care of all those, stress, drive, text and drive, get to the next shoot, 0, inbox, feeling good. And the next shoot, 17 messages, more help that I needed to do, more stress, more texting and driving. I didn't learn the lesson that your whole goal of hiring people is to make it so your time is bought back, not to just go do more shoots yourself. So I made about every mistake in the book, and it cost me time. And the reason I'm saying this now is because the reason Colleen and the reason Warren were able to grow quickly is because they were smart enough to learn from somebody else. About 5 years into my business, that's when it clicked for me. Fortunately, for them, it didn't take 5 years, right? So they were able to grow more quickly, but it took 5 years for me. And then I figured out there was podcasts on the internet where you could learn from other business people, and YouTube videos and audiobooks and coaching and courses. And I was like, this is great. And so I started buying more of that and investing my time, and my business blew up basically, right? Norman & Young got way better. It got way more profitable. I was able to hire the right team. I have a great team that runs it now. It runs without me. Not only do I not spend time in the business, it still makes profit without me, which is super cool. And so all that to say, my hinge point was when I figured out that I had a lot to learn from others. And we mentioned that with Todd earlier when we were talking. It's like the bigger the business, the person that I've had the opportunity to talk to, the more they don't value their own wisdom and knowledge, they value others. Maybe that comes through team, maybe that comes through coaches, whatever it is, that is the biggest unlock that I missed. And that is ultimately a big part of the difference between why Colleen and Warren grew quickly and when I didn't, right? I was hardworking. I grinded all hours. I just didn't know what I was doing. And so my effort was not rewarded because I wasn't doing the right things. And so whatever you can, like I will always say and always continue to say, doesn't matter if you choose our team for coaching, but if you're not working with somebody, if you're not investing in your education, if you're not paying down that ignorance debt, it is going to continue to be your biggest expense, and it's going to continue to hinder you. And like I said, that's why I built REPP. A lot of entrepreneurs build businesses that solve their problems. So I built the business that solved mine, that would have solved mine. And that's why we're doing an event today, because I would have loved this event. And so I hope it's been a ton of value to everybody here, just getting to hear from other people. I do enough talking as it is. You guys have all heard what I have to say. And so with that being said, I'd love to bring on my leadership team first. We're going to do a little bit of Q&A. So it'll be Jared, Aaron, and Kenny. And then the really fun part is I get to introduce you guys to the rest of my team, which right now is 12 strong. 2 of them won't be here tonight. One is actually starting his first day of work with us on Monday, named Ryan. He's a cool guy, so I'm excited about that. So that being said, Aaron, Kenny, and Jared are coming on. We have about 28 minutes more to hang out with you guys. So we're going to spend 15 minutes or so talking as a leadership team, sharing some things. I'm sure the guys will ask me questions, maybe state some things that I missed. And then we'll bring in the rest of the team. Aaron, Kenny, Jared, what do you guys have? Anything you want to discuss? Anything you took away from the event?
Well, one of the mistakes you missed was buying the red. I don't know if you said that, but Burley called that in the comments.
I caught it in the comments. So yeah, for everybody, for context, I in my pursuit of better media, I thought that the best way, so we were shooting real estate video with, someone's trying to enter, but the studio is full, it says. I got to kick out Colleen really quick so someone else can join. Okay, anyway. In the pursuit of better media, I said, okay, a better camera is going to be the right way. So I spent $20,000 on a red cinema camera, which, first of all, never spend $20,000 on a camera. That's what you call stupid. But if you're going to spend $20,000 on a camera, make sure it's a camera meant for what you're trying to use it for. Cinema cameras are not good in low light. They don't, because they're used to being in a studio where you have light, right? Or a set. And so, yeah, I spent 20 grand on a camera that I sold for a few $1,000s a couple months later. And that was a good move. So yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up.
Eli, how many times did you use it?
Do you know what's funny? So I took it to a shoot. It was the first real estate shoot. I promoted the crap out of this on social media. I was like, we upgraded the cinema cameras. I had no idea in my head how this was going to scale. I was like, am I going to buy 5 $20,000 cameras? Either way, I took it to a shoot, and it was the worst video I think we've ever shot at Norman & Young. So that's how it went. And then it sat in the office after that. It looked really cool on the shelf, but it wasn't very useful. What else do you guys have? I'm looking through my notes of stuff that I inevitably missed. So one thing I do want to talk about that I think is really important. It makes this industry awesome, right? Like not every business, not every industry is created equal, in my opinion. Can you build a business doing almost anything? Yes, but like there are 3 things, and I've talked about this in my YouTube channel before. We call them the 3 R's of real estate media. So it's repeat business, required business, and referral business. And those 3 things add up together to make this an awesome industry, right? And so it's funny because all my mistakes kind of align with that. I spent time on trying to make better photos. That didn't get me more referrals. It didn't get me more well-liked with agents. So I should have spent that time trying to network with agents, do the Instagram method, do the things that Warren and Colleen did. Required business, I started putting effort into things that they didn't have to do. Branding, they don't have to do it. They don't need a new website. So I didn't, lean into the fact that when an agent gets a house, they need to hire a photographer to shoot photos of it, right? It's not a technical requirement, but most agents do. And so if you haven't watched that video, I highly encourage you to, the 3 R's of real estate media. It's like core to why this business is awesome. So drop your questions in the chat. We still have 267 of you hanging out with us, which is super cool. I'm glad I can't see you guys because I'd be really nervous, but either way, ask your questions in the chat. In a few more minutes, I see my rest of my team waiting in the back studio or whatever it's called. So can you touch around the basics like legal stuff and insurance? The basics is a good way to put it. So obviously not legal advice, but insurance is so cheap. There is no reason not to have a $1 million liability policy. It's going to be like $30 a month. So absolutely do that. We don't use contracts at our business. And it's very uncommon in real estate media to use contracts. Yeah.
I was going to say, thinking about all the things we've done wrong. And I think a lot of people shared a lot of things they do wrong. The funny thing is too, the longer you get away from the mistakes you've made, not only the funnier do they get to you, just to realize and look back at, wow, I really was dumb on a lot of things, and that's okay. But that's also actually one of the things that's so enjoyable about doing something like this, doing a small business, having your own small business. You don't want to make mistakes for mistakes' sake. That's a point I want to make. And so when we do things now, we try to learn a lot more from people, so we do actually make less mistakes. But I think a takeaway that Colleen and Todd and Warren talked about, and I'm sure if we'd had more time with Jack, they would have mentioned this too. But maybe on the outside, it looks very obvious what someone else is doing. So maybe you saw, even Colleen in the speech tonight, she talked about things that didn't go well, things that didn't go right. And you still look at that and you're like, well, this person seems so much more polished than me, so much more confident than me. We even joke about Warren. I like to call him the Terminator a little bit because he goes out there and he gets stuff done. But we got the privilege to walk with him through all that, coach him through all that. There's highs and lows that everyone has. And I think when you're in the middle of a low, it's just a low. And when you get past it, it actually becomes a very funny high that you can look back on and say, I did that. I got to do this crazy thing. And man, was I dumb along the way at a few points. And that is okay. And so I think if you see us laughing about some of the mistakes we've made at the time, it seemed like a lot less to laugh about. So maybe if you're at a point where you're making a lot of mistakes, first of all, let some people help you. But just know, keep pushing through that, because at someday I think we can look back.
Yeah, we talk about this a lot where so like with Warren right now, he's grinding. He's just at the end of that. When he quits his job, he's going to be feeling a lot better. He's going to sleep. He's going to do normal human stuff, right? This 6 months, the last 6 months that he spent building an incredible business, he will look back on so fondly. Like that becomes like the good old days are what you think about, right? The good old days were not good when you were in them. They sucked, right? So like I often, when someone asks me about, and I think about building the business in the past, like I remember we launched a product called Signature Twilights. And a signature twilight was the most complicated way on planet Earth to take a twilight photo. You literally took a flash, you walked yourself around the yard, and you took 30 plus pictures of the front of a house, individually flashed, and then you stitched them together in Photoshop, but not automated. So I took this photo. We charged like $150 for this single photo. I thought it was like the best thing ever. I thought it was going to make us more money. And then I vividly remember staying up literally all night editing a single photo for $150. And I'm like, wait a second. Not only did I have to go out at twilight and shoot this thing, spend an hour on site, so there's 1 hour, right? Then I get back and then I spend all night editing. I'm like, I just did the most fancy and complicated way to make $7 an hour that's ever happened. And so I'm smiling about it now. The whole team is, right? And so when you're thinking about, hey, I want to make a change, I want to get started, and you're like, but I don't want the next 6 months to suck. Well, first of all, they're not going to suck as bad as you think. But second of all, it will be so much better after that. You have to put in the work. You have to put in the effort to change yourself. And anybody who tells you just do this small thing and your life's instantly 10 times better is lying to you, right? They're trying to make it easier for them to sell something. That's why when we talk about coaching, I'm like, it's going to be hard and you're going to be so damn glad you did it by the end. It's going to be like the highlight of your, probably the decade, if not your life, getting to start a business, right? And again, whether you do coaching with us or not, I would highly encourage you to make the next 6 months your time of growth, because you're always, the worst thing you can do is just continue to coast through things. Everybody does it. I've had times in my life where I coasted more than others, and I do not look back on those times, and I'm not happy I did that. I don't look back on them fondly, right? And so you do look back on the hard times better, and I would just encourage you to think about that. The best part is, like we talked about earlier, you're picking what the hard is. The hard is you putting an effort to build something that you will be so proud of, to build something that will, have the ability to change your life. And if you already own that business, to take it to the next level, to hire that team member, to create that opportunity, to sell your business, whatever it is, whatever that next step is for you, you gain nothing by waiting. You don't gain anything by that, right? And a lot of people trick themselves and they do what we call buffering, right? They put stuff in between what they need to do and where they are now. It's like a video lagging. It's buffering, right? It's making the end point take longer to come. So you put all this stuff in place. It's like, what is the actual thing you need to do? And that's why we wanted to kick off the year with an event titled Vision 2024, because we wanted to give you an idea for what your vision could be for the year. And so kind of to recap and, make sure everyone has an idea of how they're going to use this event. We talked about 3 things at the start, which is number 1, a commitment to make this year your best year yet, and really put in the work. Maybe not even the full year you have to commit to that, right? You have to grind for the next 6 months, whatever it is for you. So that's number 1. Number 2 is hopefully you're able to get 2 concrete takeaways that you can put into place next week in your business, whether that's starting your business, you have one. And so I'd love to talk about that for a second. If you know what your 2 things are, drop them in the comments. I think some easy ones are handwritten notes to your clients if you have some, launching your business, starting the Instagram method, adding video to your list of all the other things, joining coaching. There's so many things you can do right now to grow your business. And so drop them in the chat. And then the third thing was set an income goal for yourself for the year. So we brought on a diverse audience, different people from different backgrounds, different size businesses. And so maybe that gives you some context. Maybe you don't want to get to 15K months in 6 months like Warren because you have a job, but you also want to sleep. So maybe you want to get to 8K. Maybe you want to get to 4K. Like you don't have to have a massive 15K a month goal 6 months in. You can have a smaller one. That's okay, right? It's about taking action towards whatever that is and taking it one step at a time. So yeah, determining your pricing. That's absolutely something you can do next week. Probably Monday you could do that. You could do that this weekend. Committing. That's awesome. Networking and coaching. Yep, 100%. Get more out of your current clients. I like that. Get back on the Instagram train and get face-to-face with agents. Those 2 combined, awesome combination. Start the Instagram method. Who has an income goal for the year? For real estate media. I mean, you could put your job income in there too if you want, but your real estate media business. We'll wait for it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to touch on, we're not here because we're geniuses. I would argue that we're pretty smart, but we are here because we have made every mistake in the book. I always tell people imposter syndrome doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. You get better at managing it. I still have it. And then I have coaching clients join in and they're like, I'm going to do same day delivery. I've done it. It doesn't work. Skip it. Skip that mistake. You just saved yourself a month's worth of time. I'm going to hire full-time employees. Doesn't work. Skip it. Skip that 1 year that you would have wasted on that and lost 150K. Buy that time back with coaching. So yeah. I just think it's funny. We're not here because we did anything. We're here because we made all the mistakes.
Yeah. I'm glad we made the mistakes. I'm glad we were able to build the business, but my goodness, was there an easier way? Okay. With that being said, I'm going to bring in the rest of the team now. The only one that doesn't have his camera on is Rod. So there he is. He got it last minute. Cool. Well, this is fun. We've never had our entire team on a live. So first of all, Rod, Carl, Philippe, Ariana, Karen, Dave, thank you guys. This is cool. Second of all, I wanted to show you guys my entire team because this isn't just some little business with 2 people where we do some code. Like, we have an entire team dedicated to helping you achieve your goals in this business. We've grown significantly over the last year, so a lot of them are newer faces, and we couldn't be more excited. So you have the chance to ask my entire team questions, anything you have. And mainly, I just wanted to, they're in the shadows, they're in the trenches working with people. I wanted to bring them to the front of it and have everybody a chance to see them. So welcome in here, everybody on the team.
So happy to be here. I've really enjoyed watching you all this afternoon. I learned a lot. There's such incredible authenticity and just great success energy.
Yeah, it was a good event. It was great. Colleen was great. Warren, Todd. The cool part about like when you're, one of the things that is not fun about the way we built our business, real estate media business, is it was very lonely, like Todd said, because we didn't know anybody. And so it's cool to now have this business, first of all, reduce that loneliness for others, but also it's just cool to see the other perspectives. Like, I love it. I mean, I'm sitting there the whole time when I'm not on camera, watching Colleen, watching Todd. It's cool. And I will say something that is very true is I did not think this was a real business when I was 5 even years in. I was like, what am I, like, I had that, I quit my, at the time, what was my dream of going to medical school. I had taken action towards it, right? I got good grades in high school. I became an EMT, and I'm like, what am I doing? You know? And so it's just cool to see, like, Todd was 10 years into business the day I took my first real estate photo. And I wish I knew he was there. Like, I wish I knew that this guy had a real business. He had it, like, that would have made it so much easier. And so I think it's just super cool to, that's like maybe selfishly my favorite part about that. Let's see. Aaron, Jared, Kenny, anybody else? What do you guys have? Anybody want to talk about anything? We got 15 more minutes. So
I mean, I've seen that everyone that has succeeded has gone through coaching, no coaching. It's just like, they just did whatever it took. Warren's a great example of that. He has no excuses. I hear a ton of excuses like, I just have no time. I have this. I mean, Warren literally does not sleep. It's a little bit in the extreme, but like, there really are no excuses. Like he mentioned, like, if you truly have the discipline, we have a ton of time, daylight time. And, you know, and most of the stuff, we're just like on TikTok, Instagram, doing some random stuff that, you know, to relax because we had a hard day at work or a hard day in life in general. But Warren's out there just grinding. So there's really just not an excuse for that.
So that I have a question for you, Carl. Like Carl, Rod, and Philippe, we'll start with you, Carl. You talk with a lot of people. So just behind the scenes backstory, when you hopefully soon go to this link and you apply, you're going to get the chance to talk with Carl, Rod, or Philippe on my team. They literally spend all day talking to people who want to make this happen, coming up with a game plan for them, helping them figure out what the right goals are. So you hear a lot of things, Carl. What do you think are like the biggest fears that people have about starting their business and starting coaching? Oh, I think you're muted, by the way. Maybe. Yes, you are.
Sorry, that's a great question, Eli. I think the number one fear, and it's so crazy you mentioned it just now, the number one thing is people are scared of failure, right? So they're so paralyzed by failure, they don't even try. And they do that buffer thing you were talking about, right? There's everything between starting my business now and a million other things that need to happen that don't need to happen. And you can see that in a progression of a consult where, you know, someone will share with you, hey, listen, I need to do this now. There's very good reasons. And then, you know, as things go along, it's that fear that kind of that grips people. Or they'll get on a consult and they'll say, hey, listen, I'm really scared. And then, you know, you kind of unpack that and you dissect it, right? Sometimes there are very valid reasons to hold off on coaching. Most often than not, it's just fear. And sometimes that fear looks like, hey, I'm not even sure this is a real business, right? And I'm like, wow, like, you know, you have all the tools available to you, plus you have access to the most incredible network of people that have gone before you that Eli and the team didn't have, you know, 10 years ago. Todd didn't have 20 years ago. And so you've got a proven business concept and methodology, systems, processes to implement, which is incredible. So I think fear is the biggest one, and it masquerades itself in a million different ways.
It does. That's the biggest thing. Rod, do you have anything you want to add on to that specifically from your experience?
Sometimes it could be the opposite too. I mean, sometimes there could be fear, and then a lot of times I can get people that just have no fear, and like you were saying earlier, just want to jump in and get it done and say, "Hey, I could do this. Let's go," and not what they don't know, essentially. So a lot of times it can be the fear and just the usual fears of building a business. I mean, I think there's like 16 different fears that I could just spit out right now that are going to be happening right as someone starts to build a business. I mean, it incorporates all of them all at once almost. So, I mean, it can be easier said than done. So we'll get a lot that just kind of figuring out which ones those are for each person. But a lot of times the most dangerous ones are the ones that don't have fear to me, because it's like someone wanting to fly the airplane without the instructor first, and they have no fear. That's sometimes scarier to me.
That was me by accident.
So it's a little mix of both, a little mix of the fear, a little mix of the not fear.
Rod, would you call that ignorance?
I would call it ignorance having done it.
The ignorance debt, as Eli was talking about, I thought really hit me hard, is what we're missing on the table we don't know is there until Todd runs the numbers and shows us all like what 10% increases could be and how much more we could be making if we're making the increases. So it's
Ariana,
that ignorance
I
debt
think
was a big takeaway for me.
What did you want to add, Ariana?
Well, I want to piggyback on what Carl was saying, fear of failure. What I notice is fear of success, because people are afraid of how their life is going to change. They're going to get too busy. They won't have time for family, and their health's going to suffer and all of that. And that actually puts the brakes on their business growth, because they could have a lot more realtors to work with, but whoa, I'm going to get too busy. And so that fear of success is a subtle one, and also deservedness and self-worth. I notice a lot of people have an income cap where they're comfortable making anything here and below. But when we try to reach above it, we hit this glass ceiling.
It's the safe zone.
I would just second that too. That there's, if you have not been an entrepreneur before and you're doing this for the first time, you sometimes have that employee mindset, and it can be scary to make that transition. That's why I think coaching is so powerful, because you get to say, oh, wow, this is really freeing, and this is how life was meant to be. There is some scary things along the way, but that's why you have a coach. So,
well, I think a lot of it too, if you've been, the longer you've done something and the result that you want hasn't happened, the more unlikely you think it is. So for someone, let's say they've been an employee for 35 years, it is even harder of a mental hurdle to overcome that they could have a successful business, right? And so I think that's something you can, everybody listening can take internally. Like, is that something that you feel without having to say it? Like, the more you have done something and not been doing what you want to, the worse you think your chances are of making it happen. Philippe, you talk to a lot of people who sign up for our workshop. That's part of your responsibility on our team, as you call them. What are, like, I guess kind of same question to you, like, what are their biggest fears, but like, what are the things you notice about the people that don't, that are scared of making it happen? Do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, of course. I feel like a lot of people just don't believe that those big numbers are realistic for them. Like, they're so used to the grind and only making 3 to 4K per month. I mean, I used to work in construction, so I know it's like, when you hear those big numbers, you're just like, oh, there's no way I can never do that. But I mean, it's possible. And I love laying out the roadmap for people and showing them like how it's actually realistic for them to change their lives so quickly.
A big one I see is a lot of people trying to reinvent the wheel. I mean, even in the comments, I'm seeing people like, what if I started a YouTube channel where I do this? Or what if I worked for a brokerage so I can learn how to do it and then I can start my own thing? Why? Like, just start it. I think even the YouTube thing, it's like skipping all the basics, because that seems really simple, and that won't work for me. I'm special. My market's special. I'm special. That's not going to work for me. I have to take a different approach. It works for everybody else, but me, I got to do it this way so I can get there faster or get there easier or be less comfortable for less amount of time. And you end up having to go back and start from the beginning like everybody else. You've just added so much time to your journey.
I love this comment, first of all, but there's something Ariana said when she first started working with us. She said she's an iron fist in a velvet glove. And if there is not a more accurate description, I don't know what is. So I second this comment, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. You guys made my day.
So Karen, you've had the chance to coach for a while now. What are some things that maybe you've noticed, or is there anything you want to bring to this discussion that we haven't thought about yet or talked about necessarily?
Yeah, I'd like to piggyback on this idea of fears, because I think one of the things that when you're starting an entrepreneurial journey is you don't realize that the fears are normal. Like, you think that having these fears are telling you that you're doing something wrong, or you're not meant to be successful, or that you shouldn't be doing the thing. And I think that's a benefit of having coaching and mentors and whatnot, is to say to you, oh no, this is just your brain throwing up all the things to keep you in your comfort zone, because stepping out of your comfort zone is scary, and you have to step out of your comfort zone in order to grow a business. And so yeah, and then I think people have a fear of being seen too, and so that, you know, you have to get out there and talk to people, and that's also a common thing and a normal thing to feel.
Yeah, that was great. Well said. It's funny because, and we talked about this specifically, Ariana, Dave, and Karen, we've talked about this a lot. There is a very clear roadmap of what people need to do in this business to grow their business or take it to the next level. And so I thought, okay, give people that roadmap. They'll go do it. I wouldn't have done it if you just gave it for me. I would have been like, no, I got to do it this way or not. And so it's been interesting, you know, in my journey as owning a coaching business, to see how much that side of it matters. Like, everybody knows what to do. Like you said, Karen, like you guys all repeated basically the same thing, because it's what happens. Is like, there's a roadmap. It's really actually simple. You just need to do it and do enough of it. So then it becomes, okay, why do you not do it in the first place? Or if you start doing it, why are you not doing enough of it? And it always comes back to something, right? You're scared you're going to fail. You're scared it's going to go well, which to me is a very interesting fear. Right? I'm scared it's going to go well. And I remember the first time, I have a buddy I've mentioned a lot named Tanner, who said something along those lines. A lot of them are scared of getting too much orders. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. That's a completely different fear than I have. And so it's just interesting to get the perspective, having worked with a lot of different people. Like, we all have all this nonsense in our head that stops us from doing something that is like pretty straightforward. Like, you do not have to be a rocket scientist to do real estate media and grow a business, thankfully, because otherwise I wouldn't be doing it, you know? And so it's like, okay, you actually have to be like so simple that you don't think. And the thinking is where the problem comes into place, right? You start overthinking, you think in the wrong direction. And so with that being said, I really appreciate, first of all, everyone in the audience for watching. We still have over 200 of you on a Friday night. So thanks for being here. Thanks for giving all of us the opportunity to do something that I think we all find very meaningful. It's been great to, you know, and I'm humbled by the chance to build a team in this industry. Because again, just like going back to when I first started my business, like, my goodness, nothing was here like this. And so it's just been cool to assemble this team and meet these great people, and then put on an event like this. So how did you guys enjoy it? Was it great? Did you get a lot of value out of it? Hopefully everybody in the comments in the live did. Oh, Mike, I didn't know you were here. What's going on, dude? Had a couple. Well, yeah. Did you guys get your takeaways? Put in the comments. You got to give us some feedback. I was talking earlier during one of the sessions. I called someone on my team and I was like, next time we're doing this with Zoom so we could see everybody, because it's weird. At least I like making good money doing something so much fun. Yeah. Oh, Mike, you're here as well. Shout out to Mike, first of all. Mike was the first ever rep member, by the way. So anyway, cool to see you here. Jennifer, absolutely. I love it, Jennifer. Thank you for that comment. It's awesome for me too. We built quite the team. Cool. Well, go make it happen. If you have not yet, Rod, Carl, and Philippe on the team, who you can see now, they're not unnamed people or faced people that you don't know about. They are standing by. They've cleared their schedules to take your calls for coaching. So if you're interested in working with my team and I, whether you have zero anything in this business, you haven't even started, you haven't picked up a camera before, to people who have a great business, want to take it to the next level, highly encourage you to have that call with them. replaunch.com/coaching is the link. There just legitimately is limited calendar slots because there is only 3 of those gentlemen. And so take advantage. If you wait too long, we'll be booked out, but that's okay. We'd still love to talk with you. So thanks so much for being here tonight. Highly encourage you to go to replaunch.com/coaching. We'd be honored to work with you and honored to help you grow, become an owner. That's our mission at REPP ultimately. And something we talk about internally as a team. Like, we believe ownership is important. And it benefits you, benefits the community. So if you're ready to take that step, we'd love to work with you. Hit that link. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to everyone on my team, Aaron, Kenny, Jared, Carl, Philippe, Rod, Ariana, Karen, and Dave. Everybody have a great night. We'll see you all soon.
Thank you, Eli.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night.